The Unbroken Dream. Written by Barbara Cartland. Narrated by Anthony Wren. Chapter 1. 1832. Lady Sybil gave a shrill scream. "What do you mean by goodbye?" she cried. As she spoke, she sat up in bed. She was naked, except for a necklace of emeralds that matched the green of her eyes. The Duke could see her reflection quite clearly in the mirror over the marble mantelpiece where he was tying his stock. Without turning round, he said, "Somerset is dying, and I want to be master of the horse." "That need not affect us," Lady Sybil protested. The Duke stared at her. He was an extremely handsome man. He was fully dressed except for his jacket, and no man could have looked more distinguished and at the same time so attractive. "It's no use, Sybil," he said quietly. "You know that Queen Adelaide has set her heart on having a high standard of morality at court after the excesses of the last reign." Lady Sybil Mersham knew this quite well. She then said in a plaintive tone that men always found irresistible, "How can I ever lose you? How can I give you up, Rory?" The Duke picked up his jacket that he had thrown down on a chair. "I am very grateful, Sybil, for all the happiness we have had together," he said. "At the same time, you are, by your family tradition, a lady of the bedchamber, and at the slightest suspicion of a scandal, the Queen would dispose with your services." Lady Sybil did not speak. She knew even better than he did how persistent Queen Adelaide was that there should be no scandal about anyone in attendance on her. "I know it's hard for us both," the Duke went on, "but equally even the King himself has had to give up Mrs. Jordan." "You can hardly compare me," Lady Sybil retorted forcefully, "with an actress." "I am not comparing you," the Duke protested. "I'm merely saying that King William had to give her up. After all, she has presented him with 10 children. "That is a very different matter," Lady Sybil said. "But how can I bear to go through life without you? I love you, Rory. I love you. It will be agony to be without you." The Duke had heard all this before. He had known only too well that there would be tears and endless recriminations. At the same time, he was determined to be master of the horse, a position that he had craved for some years. He was quite certain that there was no one who could fill it better than he. He glanced at the windows, thinking that he should be leaving. It was now late in the afternoon. Although there was no likelihood of Lord Mersham returning from the racecourse until much later, it would be a mistake at this juncture to take any chances. He pulled the lapels of his jacket into position and said, "You are very beautiful, Sybil, and I shall always remember you as you are now." "We have to see each other. We just have to," Lady Sybil protested. She held out both her arms and raised her lips in a way that the Duke was very familiar with. He was, however, well aware that if he kissed her as she intended him to, she would pull him down on top of her. It would then be difficult for him to escape. With a grace that was unusual in an Englishman, he took hold of both of her hands in his and kissed them one after another. "Thank you again, Sybil," he said softly, and went towards the door. "Wait, Rory, wait," Lady Sybil called out. "There is something I must say to you." She realized, however, that the Duke had gone, and she was talking to a closed door. Petulantly, she then threw herself down against the pillows. How could she ever have guessed, she wondered, or imagined, that the Duke would say goodbye in such an unexpected manner? She was well aware that it was a feather in her cap that he had been attentive for so long. His Grace, the Duke of Laverdale, was not only one of the most handsome men, but also one of the most sought after in the whole of London society. The Dukedom of Laverdale was in one of the 3 oldest and most respected noble families in the country. His horses were almost invariably at least placed in all the classic races. Lady Sybil's husband was a good deal older than she was, and although her father's earldom went back for 3 centuries, he was, in point of fact, a comparatively poor man. Many young men had extolled Lady Sybil as the most beautiful debutante of her year. There was, however, no prospective suitor who was outstandingly rich, with the exception of Lord Mersham. She had therefore married him, and because she could spend his money entertaining extravagantly, and wear some of the finest jewels and gowns in London, they were comparatively happy. When she had first taken a lover, Lady Sybil had been rather nervous, but it was not discovered, and at least her husband had not been aware of it, so she had not hesitated to take another. It would be true to say that she had relished the excitement and thrill of being made love to. Her heart, however, had not really been touched until she had met the Duke of Laverdale. The moment she saw him, she knew that she must somehow find her way into his arms. It was not an easy conquest, for the simple reason that the Duke was continually being pursued, not only by the great London beauties like herself, but also by every ambitious mother in the whole of the beau monde, and they all unanimously wanted their daughter to become the Duchess of Laverdale. The only difficulty was that the Duke himself had no intention of marrying anyone. He had said this often enough to all his friends in White's Club, and they had laughed and accused him of being blasé, until one pointed out, "Oh, you're talking nonsense, Rory, and you know it. You will have to produce an heir sooner or later to stop that poisonous cousin of yours, whom we dislike, stepping into your shoes." "I suppose," another of the Duke's friends added, "you realize that he is trying to borrow money on the fact that he is your heir presumptive." The Duke had already heard about this rumour, and he shrugged his shoulders. "I cannot believe that the moneylenders would be over-generous," he said, "considering that Hubert is 37, and I am 10 years younger." "And then better than you have had a most regrettable accident," another friend remarked. "I think that is most unlikely," the Duke answered, "unless, of course, he shoots me at point-blank range, and in which case he will be hanged." "Many a true word is spoken in jest," his friend volunteered. "I have always been convinced that half the murders attributed to highwaymen have been performed by someone who would benefit from the unfortunate victim's death." "You're making our flesh creep," another member protested. "Leave Rory alone. We like him as he is. Think how boring it would be if he retired to the country with a dull wife and a big family. We would have nothing to talk about. And if I find you talking about me," the Duke threatened, "I will knock your head off." At the same time he was laughing. He disliked the idea of matrimony for the simple reason that he had never met anyone he had the slightest desire to marry. He enjoyed himself with beautiful married women like Lady Sybil. Yet, at the back of his mind, he knew that he would be shocked if his wife behaved as they did. If he was really truthful, he despised their husbands for being so feeble in not knowing what they were up to. Alternatively, if they did know about it, for turning a blind eye at their low behaviour. But what, he asked himself, was the alternative? To marry some unfledged young girl with whom he had nothing in common, and her conversation would bore him in a week? He had never actually talked to a debutante. However, he was quite sure that she would giggle shyly, and she would also be so incredibly dreary that the idea of being tied to her by marriage was unthinkable. Now, as he left Lady Sybil's house in Park Street, he found his chaise waiting for him outside. It was where he had left it under the cool shade of a tree. He was always very careful of his horses, and he was devoted to them. His groom knew that he would never allow them to stay too long in the hot sun, or wait for hours in the cold of the winter. His Dutch chaise was an extremely smart one, and was drawn by 2 horses, and if he intended to take it on long journeys, it could also be adapted for 4. The 2 horses waiting for him now were perfectly matched, and even the marks on their noses were identical. As he approached the chaise, his groom, who was sitting in the driver's seat, jumped to the ground. The Duke reached him, and he saluted smartly, and as his Grace stepped into the chaise, he handed him the reins. Deftly, and as the horses were already beginning to move, the groom sprang up into the seat behind. Unlike many other people, the Duke never travelled with his groom sitting beside him. He thought it looked far smarter if the man was on the small seat at the back of the chaise. In his case, this was most especially true because his groom's livery was exceedingly smart. As the Duke then drove down Park Street, everyone turned round to gaze at him, the men particularly, with appreciation and envy in their eyes. The Duke felt with relief that he had dispensed with Lady Sybil without too great a scene. He had known far worse, when the woman he was leaving had wept bitterly, and even on one occasion she had gone so far as to threaten suicide. He was quite certain that Lady Sybil would write to him a great number of scented notes. Most of them would suggest a rendezvous that she would assure him was completely and absolutely safe, but this he had no intention of accepting. The Duke could be very ruthless where his love affairs were concerned. When for him they had finished, they were indeed finished, and he had no wish to discuss the matter further. If he was honest, he had begun to find that Lady Sybil no longer excited him as she had when their liaison had started. He acknowledged that she was beautiful, fiery and insatiable, but equally he thought that enough was enough. He was just beginning to find her demands on him rather tiresome, and also what she said, and the way she said it, had become repetitive. What was important was to make quite certain that no affair de cour of his was known to the Queen. Queen Adelaide was very much younger than King William IV. She had obviously made up her mind that now he was king, there should most definitely be no continuation of his very rampageous past. There had been a good number of women in his life, but he had been faithful, more or less, to Mrs. Jordan. She had given him 10 children. She continued to act up to the last possible minute before each child was born, and was back on the boards as quickly as possible. If any woman, the Duke thought, had justification to cry at losing her lover, it was Mrs. Jordan. He had meant, when he left Lady Sybil, to go back to his house in Berkeley Square. But now he thought that he would pay another visit to a small house in St. John's Wood. He had given it to a very pretty young ballet dancer from Drury Lane. Because he was extremely fastidious, he had not kept a mistress, as most of his contemporaries did. He somehow disliked the idea of paying hard cash for the favours he received from any woman. He was actually extremely generous, and no woman had ever been able to complain that he had not loaded her with gifts, especially expensive jewellery, which he hung round their necks or on their ears. He had made them, as one beauty had said, look like a Christmas tree. Needless to say, they were gifts that they prized, not only because they loved him, but because they remained with him after he had gone. He had, however, broken this golden rule around 3 months ago, when he had seen Dion Darris. He had been attracted to her when he sat in the box that he kept permanently at Drury Lane Theatre, although he often went for months without sitting in it. Dion was sylph-like, supremely graceful, and had an allure about her that did not appear on other dancers. When the Duke found out that her name was Greek, he thought that that was the reason she was so attractive to him. He had always been drawn to Greece, and the many legends and poetry of that land was something that meant so much to him that he never discussed it, not even with the woman he was making love to. It was, of course, quite easy to meet Dion and ask her to have supper with him. She most certainly at close quarters looked Greek. He discovered that her father was from Athens and was a purveyor of fruit from that country to England. He had set up a shop and married an English girl. They now had 6 children, of whom Dion was the eldest. Because she intrigued him so much, the Duke had bought her a house in St. John's Wood. A friend older than himself was selling it because he was hard up. "The trouble with soiled doves," he had said in a hard voice, "is that they are too devilishly expensive." The Duke had commiserated with him. At the same time, he had bought the house from him and given it to Dion, who had been delighted. He had realized that a great deal of the money he gave her would go to her family, and he respected her for being so devoted to them. He had, however, found that she was indeed badly educated. She had never been outside London, and so any conversation between them was very limited. The Duke was thinking, as he drove north, that if he intended to be moral according to Queen Adelaide's own standards, it would be a mistake to keep Dion. In the same way, it would have been disastrous to have continued his affair de cour with Lady Sybil. "I will be as pure as the driven snow," the Duke told himself sarcastically, "until I am finally appointed to the post. After that it would be difficult, if I am discreet, for Her Majesty to get rid of me." It did not take him long to reach St. John's Wood. The house that the Duke had bought from his friend was an attractive little building tucked away in a street that was lined with beech trees. There was a small in-and-out drive in front of the house, and just as the Duke reached it, a slow-moving cart in front of his chaise made him pull in his horses. As he did so, he saw Dion outside her front door. She was talking to a man whom the Duke paid to come twice a week to tend the garden. He was a young man who had been down on his luck, and he was exceedingly grateful to be given a chance to earn a little money. He had told the Duke the last time he had seen him that he enjoyed tending the garden for Dion, and several other people in the road had engaged him to do the same for them. Waiting for the cart to move away, the Duke saw that Dion was looking, he thought, most attractive, and she was laughing at something that the gardener had said to her. Then, as she turned away from him with a flounce, he bent forward and slapped her on the behind. She reached the front door and then looked back. She said something that the Duke could not hear. At the same time she put her thumb to her nose and spread out her fingers. It was a vulgar gesture that unexpectedly disgusted the Duke. He was always most fastidious where women were concerned. It had been the sylph-like, almost ethereal beauty of Dion that had attracted him in the first place, and now he saw her behaving as she doubtless always did when he was not there. And he knew instantly that he had no wish to have anything more to do with her. He had anyway intended to explain gently to her that their liaison was at an end, but now he decided that it could be done by his private secretary. He would pay her off generously, without having to listen to the inevitable overacted goodbye. The cart had now completely moved away. The Duke passed it and drove swiftly up the road to where he could turn and go back to Berkeley Square. He thought, as he went, that Dion was a mistake that he would not make another time. Then he asked himself what he intended to do in the future. It was dangerous to have affairs de cour such as he had had with Lady Sybil, and he had no wish to have another Dion in his life. But what was the alternative? Almost as though it was written in letters of fire in front of him, he knew the answer. It was marriage. He was honest enough with himself to know that he could not live without women. They were part of his life, and, in their own way, as enjoyable as his horses. "I'm 27, he reflected. and I suppose that I should settle down." It was a depressing idea, but he knew how much it would please his family. There was not a relation, an aunt, a cousin, and of course his grandmother, who had not begged him almost on their knees to get married. "It's your duty, Rory," they urged him all the time. "Think how disastrous it would be if Hubert became the Duke." He could not deny this. He knew that his cousin, Hubert, was an extremely unpleasant character, and money passed through his hands like water. The Duke had already paid up 3 times to stop his cousin being sent ignominiously to the debtor's prison, and he supposed that it was something he would have to keep doing as long as Hubert was his heir presumptive. If he had a son, or better, 2 or 3, Hubert would not be able to blackmail him as he did now by pleading that if he was sent to prison, it would cause a scandal in society. That was, of course, true. The Lavers, which was the family name, went back in history to the time of William the Conqueror. They had become earls in the 12th century, and there was no history book that did not carry their name as statesmen, soldiers, sailors, and adventurers. There was always a laver who was first to climb a mountain that was seen as impossible, a laver to find some obscure but very interesting treasure, perhaps in the depths of some desert or in some unexplored part of an oriental country. The Duke was well aware that to be married was part of his duty to his illustrious family, and indeed to his country. Just as it was his duty to be there in attendance at the state opening of Parliament, or to serve the reigning sovereign whenever it was required of him. He had, in fact, been very fond of the late King George IV. He had been a roue, and encouraged those who liked to emulate him, and not only with regard to women. He expected his friends and courtiers to have the good manners which had made him the first gentleman in Europe. They were required as well to be dressed with the smartness and taste that had started with Beau Brummel. He particularly approved of the Duke, not only for the way he was turned out, but for the parties he gave at Laverdale Castle. They were as outstanding as those that His Majesty had given at Carlton House when he was Prince Regent. Marriage! As the Duke drove on, he thought that the prospect was hanging over his head like a rope from a gibbet. Then he told himself that he had to be practical. If he was to have a wife, an heir was essential, and she must be worthy of the position he would give her. It would at least save him from feeling, every time he spoke to women in Buckingham Palace, that the Queen was watching him. Like a harpy, she would be waiting to snatch from him the services traditional to his family, above all that of Master of the Horse. "I will do it," the Duke decided, as he turned his horses into Berkeley Square. "I will get married." The difficulty was to decide who he should marry. He then went into his study, which contained a large number of books. He looked for a copy of Debrett's Peerage. It had first been published in 1769 and was extremely useful. It was not only for those who consulted it because they were interested in genealogy, it was also very useful for those who wished to know who was who in the social world. The Duke was exceedingly efficient in organizing everything that concerned his land and estates, and for that matter, himself. He now systematically looked down the names of the dukes to see what children they had. He discovered that the Duke of Northumberland had 2 daughters who were already married. The Duke of Manchester was, like himself, without a wife. The Duke of Norfolk had 3 daughters, one was aged 12 and twins aged 10. The Duke of Rutland, whose family was as old as his, had several sons and no daughter. This was not encouraging. The Duke closed Debrett's Peerage and pushed it to one side. "I will go to White's," he decided. Without letting his friends glean what he had in mind, he could direct the conversation. He would learn who the prettiest girls of the season were, and who was the most outstanding. On one thing he was determined, and it was that the next Duchess of Laverdale should be as beautiful as were her predecessors. In the picture gallery there were a great number of portraits of previous dukes and duchesses, and the Duke felt that he could honestly say that there was not a plain duchess amongst them. She must also be well bred, he thought. In fact, her blood must be as blue as mine. Then, if he could not talk to her because she really had nothing to say, there would be some compensation in looking at her. What was more, it was just unthinkable that their children should not be exceptional. The Duke had been concerned with the breeding of horses ever since he could remember, and he knew how important it was that to breed, the very best both the sire and the mare should have long and distinguished pedigrees. Having dismissed his chaise and his groom, he now ordered them back again. They were at the door in exactly 6 minutes. The Duke was always very punctual, and he disliked unpunctuality or slowness in others. It was something he would not tolerate amongst those he employed. Now there was a different pair to draw him, but the chaise, however, was the same, and the same groom was in attendance. The Duke next picked up the reins, and his butler and 2 footmen bowed. He then drove down Berkeley Square and Berkeley Street into Piccadilly, and he was quickly outside White's Club in St. James's Street. He realized from recognizing several phaetons and chaises outside that a number of his friends would be in the morning room. When he went in, it was to see half a dozen men he enjoyed spending his time with. He had been at Eton with most of them, and they had gone on to Oxford University together. There he had made many other friends whose friendship and company he cherished. He hesitated just for a moment inside the door of the morning room. He wondered if he should join those sitting in the bow window, where Beau Brummel always used to sit, and there was, he then noticed, a rather large collection of his contemporaries at the end of the room. Then, sitting not very far from the door, alone and reading the Morning Post, he saw an old friend of his father's, the Marquis of Coleburn. The Duke knew, almost as if a voice was telling him so, that here was the man he wanted. The Marquis was one of the most respected and popular members of White's committee, a man of great charm. He had been a notable horseman in his time. The Marquis always went out of his way to make friends with and look after a new member of White's. He, in fact, set a fine example in keeping up the high standard that was expected from every member of the club. Someone who had got into trouble once said, "He was more like a father to me than my own had ever been." The Duke now knew that he was the man he should consult. What was more, he could totally trust him not to repeat anything that he was told in confidence. Ignoring the shouts from the bow window of, "Come over here, Rory, we have a place for you," he walked towards the Marquis. As he reached him, he said politely, "Good evening, my lord. I wonder if I could have a word with you." The Marquis put down the newspaper. "It's nice to see you, Laverdale," he said. "I hear that your horse won at Epsom last week." The Duke smiled. "By a nose," he replied. "I was not certain how he would finish, but because I had bred him, you can imagine that I was really delighted." "You have been so lucky lately," the Marquis said, "and I suppose, although it is perhaps indiscreet of me to say so, that you will be the next master of the horse." The Duke thought that he might have expected that the Marquis would come to that conclusion. Where he would have shrugged off the suggestion to anyone else, he answered, "That is what I am hoping, my lord." He sat down beside the Marquis as he spoke, and then he lowered his voice. There was no need to do so, as there was no one near them. "I wanted to ask your advice," he began. "Of course, I will if I possibly can," the Marquis replied. "What is worrying you, dear boy?" "You know what Her Majesty feels about anyone in court behaving in a way that might well be described as scandalous. The Marquis nodded, and there was a twinkle in his eyes. "Are you worrying about your own reputation?" he inquired. "Of course I am," the Duke answered. "And for your own information, my lord, and for yours only. I have cleared the decks." There was a little pause before the Marquis replied. "I think that is very sensible of you. Of course I do know Her Majesty's feelings on this matter, and if you do want the position we have just mentioned, you will have to be very careful." "I thought that it would be even more sensible," the Duke said, "if I got married." The Marquis stared at him. "Married? Well, that is certainly a surprise. I remember you asserting only last month, or was it 2 months ago, in this very room, that you would not marry until you were almost in your dotage." "There was no chance at that moment of becoming master of the horse," the Duke said simply. The Marquis gave a little laugh. "So now, Rory, you are prepared to plunge into matrimony. Of course I shall be interested to know who the lucky young woman is." "Well, that is exactly what I am asking you," the Duke replied. "The trouble is, as I'm sure you're well aware, I don't know any young unmarried women, and those I have seen at balls are, well, not particularly appetizing." The Marquis laughed again. "At least you're frank about it. Now then, let me get this straight. You are asking me to suggest some young woman who I think would make you a suitable, charming, and beautiful Duchess of Laverdale." "The answer to that question," the Duke replied, "is quite simply yes. That is what I want you to tell me." The Marquis looked at him as if he was inspecting him on a parade ground. Some seconds then passed before he said, "I have known you ever since you were a small boy. I was devoted to your father, who, as you know, was one of my great friends. I adored your mother. Everyone loved her, and I was no exception." The Duke was listening with a slight indication of surprise in his eyes. "I have watched you grow up," the Marquis went on, "and from being an intelligent, charming little boy, you have grown into an intelligent and dashing young man." He smiled before he continued. "I have watched the women of the beau monde, as they will call it, pursuing you, and I thought that in several difficult circumstances you have behaved like a gentleman, and exactly as I would expect my own son to behave." "Thank you," the Duke said. He was feeling more than a little overcome by what the Marquis was saying to him. At the same time, he naturally thought that it was interesting and encouraging. "I have thought for quite some time," the Marquis continued, "that you would eventually grow bored with the flowers you pick by the wayside, which inevitably fade if you carry them too far." The Duke gave a little chuckle, as if he could not help it, but he wanted to hear more. "I can therefore only be delighted that you should realize that your duty now lies with your famous and very respected name, and with that magnificent house, which, as we both know, is one of the finest ancestral homes in the whole of the country." "I am most touched and grateful," the Duke said, "that you should say these things to me, my lord." "You have asked me a direct question, Rory, and I am going to give you my answer. I have, I think, the wife who will make you happy, as well as fulfilling all the duties you expect of her, and giving you sufficient children to carry on your name." "I knew that you would have an answer for me," the Duke said eagerly. "Who is this girl, and do I know her?" "Her name is Oleta," the Marquis replied, "and she is my daughter." The Duke gasped. This was something that he had not expected. In fact, when he had gone to speak to the Marquis, it was simply because he respected him greatly and valued his guidance. He had forgotten, if he even knew it, that he had a daughter. It then flashed through his mind that no one could be more suitable than a member of the Marquis's family. The Coles, in fact, went back further in history even than the Lavers. In the last 100 years, since the earldom became a marquisate, they had distinguished themselves in foreign affairs. One could almost say that the fact that England was much respected in other parts of the world owed a great deal to the Cole family, and if he himself, the Duke, now thought, had a very fine house, so had the Coleburns. As it was near to London, the Marquis was more often in White's Club than if he lived further afield, and he had a house in London, in Park Lane, as well. The Duke could not remember being asked to a ball for the Marquis's debutante daughter, nor, for that matter, on the various occasions that he had dined at Cole House, had there been any sign of a young girl. As if the Marquis was following his thoughts, he said, "Oleta, as it happens, is over 18, but last year, when she would have been presented at court, and I would have given a ball for her, my mother died, and it meant that we were in deep mourning until a month ago." He paused for a moment, looking thoughtful before he continued. "Now, when I tried to bring Oleta to London, she made excuses to stay in the country." "So, she likes the country best?" "She loves riding," the Marquis explained, "which, of course, would give you much in common, and I may say, although I am her father, she is an exceptional rider, and I have never seen any woman in Rotten Row to rival her." There was a warm note of pleasure in the Marquis's voice that the Duke did not miss. "Oleta is extremely well read," he went on. "You may think it rather strange, but she had a boy's education." The Duke raised his eyebrows, and then the Marquis elucidated. "I always had the best and the most highly qualified and experienced tutors for my two sons, and because she hated being left out of anything, she had lessons with them both before they went off to Eton, and later when they had special tuition in the holidays to get them good places at Oxford." "I do remember how well your elder son did," the Duke said. "He came to Christ Church College just before I went down. I was very proud of William, just as I expect that your father was very proud of you," the Marquis smiled. "So, your daughter received a boy's education," the Duke said, as if he did not want the Marquis to be sidetracked into talking about anything else. "Of course I am being prejudiced," the Marquis admitted, "but I find her so original in her thinking, and unlike most young women, she's always reading." It passed through the Duke's mind that it would be boring to have a blue stocking for a wife. But aloud he suggested, "Of course, my lord, it will give me the greatest pleasure if I could meet your daughter." "I was just going to propose," the Marquis said, "that you come to Cole Court the day after tomorrow. We will not have a house party, which will give you a chance not to only meet Oleta, but to get to know her." "I would like that very much," the Duke answered. "Thank you, my lord, for solving my problem that I admit seemed to me to be an extremely difficult one." "Then I will expect you about tea-time on Friday," the Marquis replied, "and may I add that nothing will give me greater pleasure than for your family to be affiliated with mine." The Duke rose to his feet. "I can only thank you for your help, my lord, and the kindness that you have shown me since I became a member of this club." The Marquis smiled at him, and then he picked up his newspaper as the Duke crossed the room to sit down beside his friends, who had waved to him earlier. "What were you talking to old Coleburn about so seriously?" one of them asked. "What do you think it was?" the Duke asked him evasively. "Horses," another friend exclaimed. "Could it be anything else? And that reminds me, I have lost a packet on a 3:30. They all laughed at this, and the Duke managed to turn the conversation away from himself. At the same time, now that he had left the Marquis, he felt as if a cold hand was gripping his heart. Marriage. The thing that he had avoided for so long, but now whether he liked it or not, he was committed to it. If committed was not the right word, then perhaps he should say captured. Chapter 2. Oleta was now returning home and riding through the woods. She always made them the end of her ride because she loved them so much. Ever since she had been a child, these woods had meant more to her than any other part of the estate, and she loved the beautiful flowers in the garden and the fountain that had goldfish swimming in it. But most of all, she loved the woods. Now she could ride alone. This was something that she had insisted on, and she went to the woods every day. It was almost as if she knew that they were waiting for her. She watched the little red squirrels climbing up the trees and the rabbits running about in the undergrowth. In the very centre of the wood there was a large pool which she had always believed was magical. In the summer it was surrounded by kingcups, and in the winter when it was frozen, she still thought that the nymphs who lived in it were quite happy under the ice. If she was worried or unhappy, she always went to the trees. There was a wood not far from the house, which she could reach just by walking to it, and as the whole estate was thickly wooded, she could ride directly from one wood to another, finding each one more enchanting than the last. Enchanting was the right word. She believed that they really were enchanted, and that they understood her as no human being ever could. She loved her father and mother, and was always very happy to be at home, especially when her brothers were there. It was, however, the woods that were truly part of herself. Now she was telling the trees a fairy story. In her tale, she was pursued by a frightening ogre, and saved from him by a knight in shining armour. She had concocted so many different stories in her mind that she thought one day she would put them all into a book, and children would enjoy reading them just as she enjoyed thinking of them. Since stories came into her mind almost as soon as she moved beneath the trees, she did not think of them as invented by her, but as tales that were told by the spirits who inhabited the woods. Now, when she had finished her story of the ogre, she recalled with delight that her brothers were returning home in a very short time. William, the eldest boy, had joined the Grenadier Guards, which had always been the family regiment. Her younger brother, Henry, who was only a year older than her, was studying at Oxford University, where he was doing very well. When they were at home, they raced her across the flat land, and she often challenged them to jump the highest hedges available. She was sure that her father was already planning a point-to-point, which the whole neighbourhood enjoyed. Or maybe he was planning a steeplechase, in which, being a woman, she was not allowed to take part. But she always rode with her brothers when they were practising for the steeplechase, and knew that she was just as good a rider as they were. Her father's horses were superlative, and had won a great many races. Unfortunately, in the past year, because the family was in mourning, Oleta had not been allowed to attend any of the classic race meetings, but she had managed to slip in unnoticed to a few local meetings. She had found it very frustrating not to see a horse of her father's run in the Derby, and another come in third in the Grand National. Now at last, mourning was over, and she would be able to go to Royal Ascot, where she hoped that one of their superb horses would win the Gold Cup. Oleta was now riding a horse she loved more than any of the others. He was named Apollo, and he had been hers ever since he was a foal. Her father had given it to her on her 12th birthday and said, "This, Oleta, is yours. You will have to look after him, and when he gets a little older, train him yourself." It had been to Oleta one of the most exciting things that had ever happened to her. Apollo turned out to be an outstanding horse for her to ride, and he followed her everywhere almost like a dog, and he would come galloping up to her side whenever she whistled to him. She talked to Apollo as she talked to no one else. Now, as she rode down the overgrown path before they had left the wood to go back to the house, she said to Apollo, "Papa is coming back from London today. He said that while he was there, he would go to Tattersall's sale rooms to see if there was any particular horse he wanted for his stable." She stopped speaking for a moment and then went on. "Perhaps there will be one who will be a challenge to you, Apollo. Oh, but then, of course, you will sweep past any winning post ahead of him, in the same way that your namesake brings the light into the sky to sweep away the darkness." As she talked to him, Apollo flicked his ears, and Oleta was absolutely certain that he understood every word that she was saying. Now they had come to the end of the wood, and without her guiding him, Apollo turned off the mossy path and headed towards the house. It looked very attractive with the sunshine glittering on its many windows and eaves. The Marquis's standard was fluttering on the roof to indicate that he was in residence. Oleta saw it and gave a little cry of delight. "Papa is back," she exclaimed, "much earlier than I expected. Hurry, Apollo, we must tell him how glad we are to see him, and hear if you have a rival coming down from Tattersall's." Apollo needed no more encouragement, and set off at a gallop. It did not take them long to reach the park, cross the bridge over the lake, and ride up to the front door. As Oleta expected, a groom was waiting for her, and she slipped down from the saddle and patted Apollo as she always did, saying as she did so, "You were just splendid as usual, and thank you so much, Apollo, for such a happy ride." He nuzzled against her, and she patted him again before she ran up the steps and into the hall. "I see Papa is back," she said to Hubbard the butler, who had been at Cole Court ever since she was a child. "His lordship arrived over an hour ago, my lady," Hubbard replied. "He's with her ladyship in the study." Oleta was about to go to them when she decided that she would change first. She knew that her father, when he had been away, always wanted to be alone with her mother as soon as he returned. He had explained the reason for this to his children when they were small. "I love you," he had said, "and when I have been away from home I am longing to see you. At the same time your mother comes first, and there are always things I want to tell her that cannot be mentioned to other people. So you must understand that you have to wait your turn." The boys had obeyed him, but it was Oleta who had understood. Because her father and mother loved each other, he wanted, the moment he came back, to tell her how much he had missed her, and just how happy he was that they were together again. "I have so much to tell Papa too," Oleta thought. "He will be excited to hear that Farmer Johnson has 5 more lambs since he went away, and that at the home farm there is another calf." She went to her bedroom, and, having rung the bell, she started to take off her riding habit. Her maid, Ellen, an elderly woman who had been in the house for many years, came hurrying into the bedroom. "Had a nice ride?" she asked. "Don't forget to tell her ladyship, as I says to you this morning, that you need some more gloves." "I will not forget to tell Mamma," Oleta replied. "And give me that pretty green dress that I have been longing to wear, and now I can do so." "I've put all the black away, my lady," Ellen said, "and let's hope it's good riddance, and we don't have to see it again for a long time." "I hope not," Oleta agreed at once. "Black is very depressing, and I just love that green dress because it's the colour of the leaves." "And very pretty you looks in it," Ellen said. "And when you goes off to London, I expects you'll buy a dozen more gowns, and look as pretty as a picture in 'em." Oleta did not answer. She was thinking that she had no real wish to go to London. It was so lovely here in the country, and she could ride Apollo every day. A year ago she had been excited at the idea of being a debutante. She wanted to go to balls and dance with all the smart young men she read about in the court circular. Now She knew that she would feel old amongst the debutantes of this season, as the majority of them were not yet 18. "I'm just so happy here," Oleta had said to herself. "Why should I worry about London, and a lot of people I have never met before, who will only make a fuss of me because I am Papa's daughter?" She had many friends in the country, and those she hunted with in the winter would, she knew, be inviting her to parties that she had been unable to attend this past year. Of course, she had been asked to quiet luncheons and dinners, but there were no invitations to the balls that had taken place, nor could she go to any of the official engagements like a reception at the Lord Lieutenant's house, nor to his annual Christmas party, which always ended in fireworks and a huge bonfire. As Oleta put on the lovely green dress, she thought that mourning was actually unchristian. If one believed in an afterlife, and that in dying one went to heaven, why should anyone be so gloomy about it? Every religion she had read about believed that what the Chinese called the world behind the world was better than this world. So we should rejoice when people die, Oleta thought to herself, because they will be happy, even if we are missing them. She knew, however, it was no use arguing against convention, and whatever she thought or said, it would be socially correct to go into immediate deep mourning when a member of her family passed away. She had a quick glance at herself in the mirror and made sure that her fair hair, which had a tiny touch of red about it, was tidy. She had no idea how beautiful her reflection was. Oleta was very slim, and her heart-shaped face was dominated by two large, very expressive eyes. She was delighted because she loved the woods so much that her eyes had a touch of green in them. There was also a glint of gold. This reminded those who looked at them of a clear mountain stream with the sun shining on it. "Thank you very much, Ellen," Oleta said as she turned towards the door. She ran down the stairs, feeling sure that her father would now be ready to see her. As she entered the study, she could see that he was talking to her mother, and his voice told her that he was very pleased about something. "Papa, you are back home," she exclaimed as she walked across the room. The Marquis put his arms around her and kissed her cheek. "I am back," he sighed, "and it seems a long time since I went away." It had actually been only 4 days, but Oleta knew that he had missed her mother, herself, and his horses. "They are all well, Papa," she said, as if in answer to his unspoken question. "Grover thinks that Moonbeam will have her foal in 2 or 3 days' time." "Then I am glad I shall be here," the Marquis said. "We are all hoping that Moonbeam's foal will be as fast on the racecourse as her mother." He spoke with satisfaction, as his horse, Moonbeam, had won quite a number of races before he had decided to breed from her. "Have you enjoyed yourself in London?" she now asked him. It was a polite question. She did not want her father to think that while there was so much going on at home, they were not interested in what he had been doing in the big city. The Marquis looked at his wife, who was sitting on the sofa. When she smiled at him, he answered, "I have come home, Oleta, my dearest, with some very exciting news." "Exciting, Papa?" she inquired at once. "What has happened?" "Something quite unexpected," the Marquis replied. "As I have just been telling your mother, it has taken me completely by surprise, but it is definitely something that has delighted us both." "It does sound exciting, Papa," Oleta said. "Do tell me what it is." The Marquis paused, and she felt that her father was thinking about what he should say. It was, however, very unlike him to hesitate, and she added, "I'm waiting, Papa. You cannot keep any secrets from me." "I would not do that," the Marquis replied, "and I will therefore tell you, my dearest daughter, that both your mother and I are really delighted. In fact, I might almost say overjoyed by what has happened in London." What did happen? She felt that he was being rather mysterious about it, and wondered what it possibly could be. She could not believe that he would be particularly overjoyed by being offered another position at court, and he would have no wish to be continually running around after the king. He made it clear when King William IV came to the throne that he had retired to his house in the country. "You will understand," the Marquis said at length, "that because we love you, your mother and I have always been deeply concerned about your future." Oleta stared at him. "My future, Papa?" "It has, of course," the Marquis said, "been quite impossible this past year for you to have any of the social activity that you are entitled to." "I've been quite happy about it," Oleta replied, "and I thought that you understood how happy I was here with the horses, especially Apollo." "Equally, my dearest Oleta. You have to be married at some time." "There is no hurry for that," Oleta said quickly. "Your mother and I have been very worried," the Marquis went on, as if she had not spoken, "that you are not meeting the young men we would welcome into our family as a son-in-law." "I have lots of friends." "They are a few young boys you have known since childhood," the Marquis said a little scathingly, "but not a man that we would wish you to have as a husband." Oleta was silent. She was quite intelligent enough to realize that this strange conversation was leading up to something, and she was already afraid of what she might hear. "I have been telling your mother," he continued, "how yesterday I was sitting in White's when the Duke of Laverdale came in." He looked at his daughter as if he expected her to make some comment, but Oleta was trying to think if she had heard of the Duke of Laverdale. Then she exclaimed, "But of course, he is the owner of Crusader, who ran so well last year, and I think, if I am not mistaken, that you backed him, Papa." "I did indeed," the Marquis replied, "just as I am prepared to back him as being one of the most charming and intelligent young men I have ever met." "When you saw him at White's," Oleta asked, "did he tell you anything about Crusader?" "We did not talk about horses," the Marquis said. "In fact, the Duke asked me to find him a wife." Oleta stared at her father as if she thought that she could not have heard him right. "The Duke asked you to find a wife for him, Papa? Why would he not find one for himself?" "Because," the Marquis replied, "as he told me very frankly, he did not know any young girls he could possibly ask to be his Duchess." "So, what did you say?" Oleta inquired. "I then told him that I could indeed recommend one young woman who is not only beautiful but very intelligent and an outstanding rider." Oleta held her breath. Now she could fully understand just what her father was telling her. At the same time she could not believe it. "I told him, my dearest," the Marquis said slowly, "I could not recommend anyone who was more suitable or more capable of being his wife than you." There was now complete silence. Oleta felt as if she had turned to stone. Then, as her father and mother just looked at her, she said in a voice which did not sound like her own, "You suggested to the Duke that I should be his wife. But I have never met him, and he has never met me. How could you be sure that we would fall in love with each other?" "I think you understand because you have read so much," he answered, "that where aristocratic families like ours are concerned, marriages are arranged and not just left to chance." He paused before he added, "The Duke's family goes back as many centuries as our own, and it would be an alliance which would give his family and mine great pleasure." "But then, Papa," Oleta protested, "you have told me often enough how you and Mamma fell in love with each other the first moment you met. Your marriage was not arranged by your parents." "What happened between your mother and me was something that might only occur once in 1,000 years, and I have always proclaimed that I was the most fortunate man in the whole world." "But that is what I want," Oleta exclaimed. "I want to fall in love with someone who will love me, and I doubt very much if that could ever happen in what you call an arranged marriage." "But it has happened many, many times in history," the Marquis said, "and I think, my dearest, when you meet the Duke, you will fall in love with him, and I am certain that he will fall in love with you." "But how can you be sure of that?" Oleta asked. "What will happen if he wants to marry me, and I don't want to marry him?" "I think he will be sensible, and understand that your mother and I know what is best for you," the Marquis replied. "You are very young. You have not seen a great deal of the world, and I know, because I am a very good judge of character, that the Duke has a warm heart, and will be one of the most distinguished holders of the dukedom." "I still think that he should choose his own wife," Oleta said. Now, as if her legs could not support her any longer, she sat down in a chair and went on. "What I think, Papa, is that it is a great mistake to try to arrange a marriage between me and any man before I am quite certain that I love him." The Marquis looked anxiously at his wife before he answered, and then he said, I don't think you understand. There is not a family in the whole country that would not welcome the Duke as their son-in-law, and be delighted for him to marry any of their daughters. He not only has a distinguished title, but is also enormously rich with great possessions." His voice warmed to his theme as he went on. "You have heard of his horses on the racecourse, and as you are such an excellent rider, I told him that you would have at least one major interest in common." "So you informed him of my good points, rather as if I was a yearling at the spring fair," Oleta said. There was a note in her voice that told her father that she was angry, and he said soothingly, "Listen, my darling, this may have come as a shock to you, but you know as well as I do that you have to be married eventually, and I am completely convinced that you will never receive a better offer than to be the Duchess of Laverdale. I said to your mother before you came in that the duchesses have always been noted for their beauty, and you will certainly enhance their portrait gallery." "I do not wish to be in his portrait gallery, and I do not want to become the Duchess of Laverdale," Oleta said firmly. "So I suggest, Papa, that you tell the Duke to look elsewhere, as I have no intention of marrying him." The Marquis took a deep breath and squared his shoulders. He was very seldom roused to anger, but when he was, those who served him felt that they had encountered a typhoon. "I think, Oleta," he said in a very different voice to the one he had used before, "you are being very difficult, and I find it unnecessary and unpleasant. As your father, I have always done my best to make you happy and indulge your various likes and dislikes. However, where marriage is concerned, I must assert my authority." His voice was firm, almost commanding, as he said, "You will marry the Duke of Laverdale, because I know it is the best for you, and a chance that you may never have again." Oleta rose to her feet. "Are you now saying, Papa," she asked, "that you will force me to marry the Duke of Laverdale, even though I don't want to?" "I have no wish to force you to do anything," the Marquis answered, "but if you persist in being so foolish, then I will most definitely assert my authority, because I am thinking of your best interests." Oleta turned towards her mother. "Surely, Mamma, you would understand that I cannot promise to marry a man I have never met, who obviously only wants me because I am Papa's daughter." The Marchioness did not speak, and Oleta carried on. "Do you think he would marry me if he knew that I was Miss Smith or Miss Brown? Of course not. What he is marrying is Papa's family tree." Now she was speaking angrily, and her mother held up her hands in protest. "You must not speak to Papa like that, dearest," she said. "He is only doing what he thinks is right for you, and I am quite certain when you meet the Duke that you will find him as charming and delightful as Papa and I have." "Good heavens above," he chimed in. "Laverdale has been pursued by every ambitious mother in the country, and for that matter by every beautiful married woman since he left Eton." "You think that is the sort of man I want to marry?" Oleta asked. "He is obviously a roue, one of the men that William has told me about, who have nothing better to do than to flit from boudoir to boudoir, flirting with someone else's wife." "And William should not tell you such things," the Marquis said sharply. "But he has told me. After what you have said, I know exactly what the Duke of Laverdale is like, and I will not marry him." The Marquis walked towards his writing desk. "He is coming here tomorrow, and when you do see him you will soon change your mind. Laverdale is very handsome, and, as I have already said, there is not a woman in London who would not give everything she possessed to be in your shoes." "Well, they can have him," Oleta said. "And that, Papa, is my final word." She walked towards the door. Before she could reach it, the Marquis retorted, "My final word, Oleta, is that you will marry the Duke, if I have to drag you to the altar. He is everything I want as a son-in-law, and when you are married, you will thank God on your knees that I had the good sense to back a winner when I saw one." Oleta did not answer. She only looked back at her father as she opened the door. She went out, closing it deliberately softly behind her. The Marquis looked at his wife. "What are we to do with the silly child?" he asked. "I will talk to her," the Marchioness replied. "I think, my darling, you made a mistake in telling her so abruptly. It would really have been far better if he came here first, and then she could have seen how handsome he is." "If I had done that," he replied, "we would have risked Oleta refusing him almost before he had opened his mouth. What is the matter with the girl? Why should she not wish to get married?" The Marchioness smiled. "At that age, I was very romantic, and as you know, you seemed to me as if the Archangel Gabriel had dropped down from heaven, and I thought that you were the most beautiful woman I had ever seen, and it would be impossible to live without you." The Marquis sighed. "And we have been so very happy," she answered. "I do appreciate that this has been a big shock for Oleta. We should have somehow contrived that she met the Duke without understanding the reason that he was here." "It's very much a question of timing," the Marquis said. "Laverdale wants to be master of the horse, and that is why he has now put an end to his liaison with Sybil Mersham." "So it's over," the Marchioness said. "Oh, that is one good thing at any rate." "Whatever happens, we can always trust Laverdale to behave like a gentleman," the Marquis said. "And I can assure you, my darling, there is no one in White's to touch him as regards his rank and possessions. I also admire his character and his behaviour in public, which is more than I can say for a great number of our young men today." There was a familiar grievance, and the Marchioness said quickly, "But we have to think of Oleta, and I am afraid that you have now upset her. Would it be possible to put off the Duke's visit until we have had time to accustom her to the idea of marrying him?" "I have just told you, it is a question of timing," the Marquis answered. "Somerset is now dying, and Laverdale is determined to be master of the horse. You know what the Queen's attitude is towards anything scandalous." "I do think she is right," the Marchioness said, "but rather overdoing it. It's a big jump from the licence under the last king to the present almost puritanical atmosphere at Windsor Castle." The Marquis groaned. "It's so dull. I feel myself nodding off whenever the Queen opens her mouth." The Marchioness laughed. "That is something you must certainly not say in public." She rose from the sofa. "I will go and talk to Oleta," she said, "and when she comes down to dinner, if you don't see her before, talk about horses and Not the Duke. The Marquis gave a little laugh, as if he could not help it, and his wife then blew him a kiss before she left the room. She went upstairs, as she was certain that Oleta had gone to her bedroom, and she was not mistaken. She was standing at the window, gazing out into the garden. The Marchioness knew that her daughter was very sensitive, and it would have upset her to quarrel with her father, even more than it had upset him. She closed the door and walked across the room. She sat down in a chair by the fire. "Come and talk to me, Oleta," she said coaxingly. "If you are going to try to persuade me to accept Papa's preposterous idea," Oleta replied, "it's a waste of time." "I'm not going to talk about that," the Marchioness replied. "But about yourself." Oleta turned round. "Have I done anything wrong?" she asked, "except to annoy Papa just now?" "No, darling. You have been a wonderful daughter, and that is why I don't want you to spoil the happiness we have always found here at home by quarrelling with your father." "So how can I possibly help it?" Oleta demanded, "when he suggests anything quite as absurd as marrying a man I have never even seen?" "I think you will change your mind when you meet the Duke," the Marchioness said, "but I don't want to talk about him. I want to talk about you." "What about me?" Oleta quizzed her. "I think, my precious, that even though we adore having you here at home, you should think of marrying and having a home of your own." "Surely there is no hurry," Oleta replied. "Most of the young ladies today like to get engaged in their first season, and you are bright enough to realize that. Having missed last year's season entirely, well, some of the best stallions have been snapped up, and so are no longer available." As her mother was talking in racing terms, Oleta had to laugh. "I know exactly what you are saying, Mamma, and of course I don't wish to be left on the shelf and become an old maid. Of course I want to marry, and I want to have plenty of children and be as happy as you and Papa have been." She drew in her breath and said almost violently, "But I will not be pushed by Papa or anyone else into marrying a man I don't want to marry." "I can understand you feeling like that," her mother said. "All I'm going to suggest is that you don't fight Papa now before you've seen the Duke. Wait until you have, and then if you absolutely loathe the sight of him, I'm sure he will understand." "I doubt it, Mamma. You can see that Papa is thrilled at the idea of my being a duchess, and thinks that the Duke is the answer to every maiden's prayer." "I can only think he is," the Marchioness confessed. "I shall soon know if you are right or wrong when I meet him," Oleta said. "Will you promise me, Mamma, that if I say firmly I will not marry him, you will not let Papa force me to do so?" There was silence. When her mother's eyes flickered, Oleta knew that she would not oppose the husband she adored, or interfere with any of his plans. As she loved her mother so much, she bent forward and kissed her. "I love you, Mamma," she said, "and if I am making a fuss about my marriage, you must realize that it's your fault and Papa's. I know how happy you are together, and how much you love each other, and of course, I want the same." The Marchioness reached out and touched Oleta's cheek very gently. "Just remember that Papa said it is something that happens only once in 1,000 times, Oleta added. "I'm sure that is not true. It happens many more times than we are aware of," the Marchioness said firmly. "Now promise me, my darling, that you will not upset your father, and will wait until you see what the Duke is like before you make a decision." "Yes, I will do that," Oleta replied, "and I will tell Papa I'm sorry if I upset him." The Marchioness put her arms round her daughter. "You are very, very precious to us," she said, "and you must understand that both Papa and I want you to have the very best in the world, and not to make do, as so many people have to, with what is slightly inferior." "I get the message," Oleta said. "The Duke is the top as far as Papa is concerned, and for a great many other people as well," her mother replied. She kissed her daughter again and walked towards the door. "Are you coming downstairs for tea?" she asked. "I may be a little late, Mamma. I'm going to the stables to talk to Apollo. I want his advice." The Marchioness chuckled. "I'm sure that the advice he will give you will be good," she answered. "So listen carefully." "I shall," Oleta smiled. As soon as her mother had left, she ran down the corridor. A side staircase took her to a door that opened at the back of the house nearest to the stables. She hurried across the cobbles to the stable where Apollo had his stall. As she reached it, she found that Dixon, who had been with her father in London, was grooming Apollo. "Hello, Dixon," Oleta said. "I'm glad that you are back. Did you enjoy yourself in London?" Dixon touched his forelock respectfully. "I'd be real glad to be home, my lady," he answered. "There be too many people and not enough horses for my liking in that there crowded place." Oleta laughed. "I feel the same, and that is why I love being in the country." "It is best for Apollo, too," Dixon pointed out. He was a middle-aged man who had been in the Marquis's employment for over 12 years. He always went with his master to London, as the Marquis knew that he could trust him driving in the overcrowded streets. Oleta was stroking Apollo's nose as Dixon went on rubbing him down. "Papa was saying," she said after a moment, "what good horses the Duke of Laverdale owns. Did you see anything of them when you were in London?" "Aye, I see those that he uses in his chaise and his phaeton," Dixon replied. "They all be very fine. His Grace has so many in his own mews that some of his horses spilled over into ours." Oleta was listening intently, and then she said, "I expect you know who drives and looks after his Grace's horses. What do you think of him?" Dixon gave a little chortle. "Oh, he be a bit of a lad, he be. One of his Grace's drivers says to me how he has to stay up night after night to take his Grace home when dawn be breaking. He gets well paid, but it's not a job for my liking." "I can understand that," Oleta said, "and it must be very tiring." "Oh, that it be," Dixon agreed. "But, as he says to me, he says his Grace wants his fun, and who's to blame him if he takes what's offered to him?" Oleta had learnt what she wanted to know. William had told her of the many love affairs that were always taking place in London among his friends. They were, he said, always frightened if the lady they found attractive had a jealous husband. It would mean a duel in Hyde Park, and worse still, those who caused such a scandal had to live abroad for a year or two. Oleta had listened to him wide-eyed. She had hoped that William would be careful and not get involved in anything that would upset her mother and father. She suspected that the Duke was exactly as William had described, a man who ran after beautiful women and visited them secretly at night. "I will not marry a man like that," she told herself firmly as she walked back to the house. She had not been able to talk to Apollo as Dixon was making a thorough job of grooming him from head to foot. But she had found out what she wanted to know. Because she was intelligent, she guessed that there was some reason for the Duke wanting to be married so quickly. It might be a duel that was threatening him, or some scandal. Whatever it was, she wished to have no part of it. He can find someone else to save him, she told herself. It is not going to be me. At the same time, she felt scared. She was quite sure that her father would use every possible pressure to make her do what he wanted. She would have to fight her battle alone. If it came to the crunch, her mother would want to keep her father happy. "What can I do? What can I do?" she asked herself. She then walked up the side staircase and reached her bedroom. She remembered that her mother and father would be waiting for her in the drawing-room where they always had tea. She felt that she could not face another argument or what was more likely to be a lecture. She would be told over and over again that blue blood must go to blue blood, and that old families must marry as old as themselves. If she heard it now, then she would hear it again tomorrow, and perhaps for days after that. It was no use appealing to the Duke. He wanted a wife to save him from some menace that was threatening him. He would quite naturally think that nothing could suit him better than a daughter of the Marquis of Coleburn. He is just marrying Papa's family tree, she told herself again. That is all I am, just a name at the bottom of it. She walked to the window. As she did so, a bird that had been sitting on the ledge outside saw her, and then flew off with a flutter of tiny wings. He can escape so easily, Oleta thought to herself. If I could fly, I would follow him. Suddenly, she knew the answer to her problem. She would run away and hide. Chapter 3. When Oleta went down the stairs to dinner, she was very quiet. She quickly realized that her father was anxious to conciliate her, and so was her mother. They talked about London and the horses, but there was no mention of the Duke. When they went back to the drawing-room, Oleta only stayed for a short while. "I'm tired, Mamma," she said, "and I know that you want to be alone with Papa, so I think I will go to bed." "There is no hurry, my dearest," the Marchioness answered. Oleta bent and kissed her, and she also kissed her father affectionately. "I am so glad that you are back, Papa," she said. "It's never the same when you are away." "And I always miss you as much as you miss me," the Marquis replied. "You are looking really lovely, my darling, in that green dress." "It's a delight to be wearing green," Oleta said, "after being in black for so long." "I know it has been trying for you," he answered, "but now the clouds have blown away, and you are going to have a very exciting and delightful summer." She knew what he was thinking. The Duke would be there to accompany her to balls, and they would be entertained by everyone in society the moment their engagement was announced. "Good night, Papa," Oleta murmured. "We will ride in the morning," the Marquis replied, "but not too early. I have lost some of my beauty sleep while I have been away in London, and now I'm going to make up for it." The Marchioness laughed. "You know, darling, you will never be anything but very handsome, and Oleta and I are very proud of you." "Now I know I am home," the Marquis smiled. They were laughing as Oleta left the room. As she walked upstairs, she thought how fortunate they were. They loved each other and asked for nothing more than to be together. "That is what I want, and that is what I intend to have when I marry," Oleta said to herself firmly. She went into her bedroom and rang for Ellen. When the elderly maid had helped her undress, she said, "It be ever so nice to have his lordship back here. Things don't seem the same when there's not a man about the house." "That is how Mamma feels," Oleta commented. "'Tis really lovely to see them two," Ellen went on. "Just like lovebirds they be, cooing at each other, and her ladyship be like a lost sheep whenever his lordship goes to London." Oleta did not answer, but climbed slowly into bed. She waited until Ellen had left her, and then got out again. At the back of the wardrobe, there was a bag that she could fasten onto Apollo's saddle. It was so cleverly made that she could pack quite a large number of clothes into it, without it being too much of an encumbrance. She had used it once or twice before when she had gone to stay the night with one of her neighbours, and had wanted to ride rather than go by road in a carriage. So she had carried on Apollo's back everything that she needed. Now, as she was going away for a longer time, she would need more clothes than she could get into the bag. "I can always buy anything more that I may want," she calculated. She had not yet solved the problem of where she could go. She thought of a few of her relations who would be delighted to have her, but they would also be delighted at the idea of her marrying the Duke. They would, therefore, refuse to keep her visit a secret, and in fact, the older members of the family would inevitably send her back home, telling her that she was a very lucky girl. They would insist, if the Duke wanted to marry her, that on no account must she lose him. That, Oleta told herself, eliminates the whole of the family. They would all think the same, and be horrified at her being so stupid as to run away from such an important suitor. "Where can I go?" she asked out loud. As she could not think of an answer, she walked to the window again. It was a bird that had told her she must run away. Maybe there would be another bird to tell her where she could go. The window was open and she leaned out. The sun had set and it was growing darker. The first evening star was twinkling in the sky. Oleta looked up at it and then down at the garden. At the far end of it there was a group of trees, and she thought that if she was standing underneath them, she would ask their advice. Just as the trees did in the woods, they would have an answer for her. Then, almost as if the answer came winging its way through the beech trees into her window, she knew where she should go. She wondered why she had not thought of it before. It was to her old Nanny. Nanny had left Cole Court 4 years ago, although both Oleta and the Marchioness had begged her to stay. "This is your home, Nanny," the Marchioness said, "and we expect you to stay with us all your life." "It is very kind of your ladyship," Nanny replied, "but my brother has died and left me his cottage in Norfolk. It's in the village where I was born, and where everyone knows me." "Then of course I understand," the Marchioness had said. "'Tis my duty in a way," Nanny had gone on, "to keep the cottage in good shape till my nephew, whose parents are both dead, gives up being in the navy." "So you will leave it to him?" Oleta exclaimed. "When he's had enough of the sea," Nanny said, "then he'll settle down and he'll want to have a family. All men wants that when they gets older." "I'm sure you're right," the Marchioness smiled. "But we shall miss you, Nanny." "I shall be miserable without you," Oleta said. She had cried when Nanny finally left. "Nanny will hide me," she thought now. "She will understand that I have no wish to marry a man who wants to flirt with married women when their husbands are not looking, and I would expect prefers London to the country." She had not forgotten that the Duke owned some outstanding horses. She had seen them winning races that her father had taken her to, but she could not remember seeing their owner, nor had her father ever spoken to the Duke when she was with him. "I don't suppose that he really loves his horses," she thought scornfully. "They are just one of those possessions he inherited, and therefore carries on because it's tradition." The more she thought of him, the more she knew that she could not marry him. At the same time, he was menacing her. He was large and overwhelming, like an ogre who would gobble her up. She would no longer be herself, but just another of his many trophies, and one that he would not be particularly interested in. The trees had told her where to go, and she thanked them silently as she continued packing. She decided to take with her 2 nightgowns, some underclothes, and 2 very light gowns. They were muslin that had been in vogue during King George IV's reign, while the fashion now favoured heavier satins and velvets since King William had come to the throne. "I will not want anything grand while I am with Nanny," she thought, "but they will be nice to change into for supper." She added another very simple light frock that she could wear in the daytime when she was not riding Apollo. Then she put in her hairbrush and comb, stockings and 2 pairs of shoes. These were very light and would easily fit in the saddle-bag. Her sponge and toothbrush were the last additions, and she thought that that was everything she would require. When she had packed the bag, she hid it away in the wardrobe, just in case her mother came into her room when she and her father went to bed. She heard them do so about half an hour later, but they passed her door and carried on to their own room. This was what Oleta was waiting to hear. She lay in bed until she thought that they would be asleep, or at least they would not expect anyone else to be moving about. Then she slipped out of bed. Putting on her dressing gown and carrying a candle, she opened the door very quietly. As usual, all but 3 of the candles in the sconces had been extinguished up the stairs and along the passage, and they gave enough light for her to see her way. She then went down the stairs. As she expected, when she turned into the passage that led to the kitchen, there was no light. Nor was there any light in the secretary's room as she very softly opened the door. Her father's secretary worked there, and it was also the estate office. It was quite a large room, and it was piled with boxes and with maps of the estate covering the walls. Because she had been in the room so often, Oleta knew exactly where Mr. Harlow kept the keys to the safe. They were at the back of the drawer of his desk, and in a box that was also locked. The key to this was under the white paper that lined the drawer. She took out the key to the safe, which was a very large one, on the wall furthest from the window, and Oleta had no difficulty in opening it. She had often watched Mr. Harlow do so when she had asked for her pocket money, or, when she had grown older, money to go shopping. Inside, everything was very neatly arranged. There were checkbooks on one shelf, and then the money Mr. Harlow distributed every Friday when he gave the staff their wages was on another. Oleta knew exactly what she wanted. It was enough money to pay Nanny for her keep and the expenses of her journey, as she would have to stay at least 3 nights on the way, and money to buy herself anything she could not take with her. She calculated that if she took £50 from the safe, she would be able to stay away a long time, without having to worry about being penniless. It seemed a very large sum to take with her, but she had travelled enough with her father and mother to know how expensive meals could be at posting inns, and her father would always give generous tips to the ostlers who looked after the horses. "I must see that Apollo is properly cared for," Oleta told herself, "and he must certainly have the best food, and the most comfortable stall wherever we stay." She put the £50, about half of it in notes and half in gold sovereigns, into her purse. Then she went to Mr. Harlow's desk and wrote in her elegant handwriting, "I owe you £50. Oleta Cole." She put the piece of paper at the back of the shelf where the money was, and hoped that Mr. Harlow would not find it too quickly. Then she closed and locked the safe, and put the key back where she had found it. Holding on to her purse that was now considerably heavier than when she had come downstairs, she went back to her bedroom. The house was very quiet, and she knew that no one would have the slightest idea of where she had been. Her father had said that he intended to ride with her tomorrow morning, so she decided to leave very early. Because it was so urgent that she should get away, she knew that she would be restless during the night, and no doubt would awake with the dawn. To be certain of this, she pulled back the curtains so that the first rays of the sun on the horizon would come streaming into her bedroom. Actually, she found it very difficult to sleep. She kept thinking of the Duke as a huge, sinister ogre coming nearer and nearer to her, until he reached out his hands and caught her. And then there was no escape. She felt frightened, and before the stars that filled the sky began to fade, she was out of bed and dressing. As she was now out of mourning, the black riding habit she had worn for the past year had been taken away, and in its place were 2 very pretty habits, one green and the other dark blue. Oleta thought that they were a little old-fashioned, as what women were now wearing in the country would certainly be out of date in London. However, as far as she was concerned, it would be dangerous to look smart and conspicuous. So she chose the green habit, and thought that it would indeed be very attractive. It had been made only 18 months ago, and the skirt was fuller as fashion had decreed since King William had come to the throne. There was also a lace-trimmed petticoat to wear underneath it. As well, there was a pretty muslin blouse inset with lace that had a small lace collar fastened at the neck. Looking at herself in the mirror, Oleta could not help feeling worried again. Apollo was such a superb stallion that they would undoubtedly be noticed. It meant that if her father was trying to trace her, people would remember seeing a young rider in green on a magnificent black horse. "I shall have to keep to the fields and the woods," she told herself. "The less I am seen on the high road, the better." There was one other thing that she wanted, and that was a map. Fortunately, she had one in the desk that stood at the end of her bedroom. She had acquired it some years ago when she was finding out exactly where her home was in the county. The tutor, who was teaching her brother at the time, had thought that Oleta ought to know all the counties of England and the most important towns in them. He had also made both Oleta and her brother draw a map of their own county, and then fill in the towns and villages, and as it was quite a laborious exercise, she had kept her own drawing and the map she had copied from. She knew now it would make it easy for her to find her way to Norfolk, and she had marked Nanny's small village on the map. When she dressed, putting on her small riding hat, which had a gauze veil round the crown, she had a last look round the room. She was going away from everything which was familiar, and had been part of her life since infancy. It was a desperate step, but she knew that she had to take it. How could she possibly wait here for the Duke to arrive, knowing that her father and mother were totally determined that she should marry him? If he was set on marrying her, presumably to save himself from some disaster, he too would refuse to listen. She would be married and probably dragged to the altar in handcuffs, and once she became the Duchess, then there would be no escape. "The only way I can save myself," she argued, "is to go away now." She sighed. "The ogre will then doubtless be affronted, because I don't want him. So with any luck at all, he will go back to London and find himself a dozen wives amongst those who are impressed by his boring title." Even thinking about him now made her feel as if she must hurry away or it might be too late. She then picked up the saddlebag that contained her clothes, put her purse in her pocket, and tucked the map under one arm. Then very softly she opened the door. It was essential that she should get away without anyone seeing her, and although there was a faint glow in the east, it was still too early for any of the servants to be about. She walked quietly down the front stairs. Her father did not have a night footman in the hall while they were in the country. "It's something I consider essential in London," he said, "but quite unnecessary here when no one is coming in late and the doors are locked against burglars anyway." His wife had of course agreed with him. Now, as Oleta unbolted the front door, she did not have to be afraid that someone would hear her. She pulled the door to gently, and then ran down the steps. It was cool, and there were still 1 or 2 stars left in the sky. It was, however, quite easy to find her way to the stables. As she then opened the stall where Apollo was, she knew that there would be a stable boy in charge. While the Marquis did not want anyone in the hall, he was very particular that there would always be someone with the horses. As Oleta entered the stables, she glanced to where in the saddle-room there was a rough couch for the stable-boy to rest on. Then, as she stood listening, she knew, as she expected, that he was not only resting, but was asleep. She could hear him snoring, and she hoped that he would go on doing so and not wake up. Then there were 10 horses in the stables, and only a few of them were moving about a little restlessly. Apollo was in the second stall with his name over the manger, and as Oleta opened the iron door, he rose onto his feet. She went to his side, patted him, and then taking down his saddle that hung outside the stall in the passage, she put it on his back. She knew that Apollo was delighted she was going riding, even if it was surprisingly early in the morning. She had always liked to look after him herself, and so she had no difficulty in putting on his bridle, doing up the girths, and attaching her bag to the saddle. She listened intently, and could still hear the stable-boy snoring. Then, as she led Apollo out of his stall, he must have heard his hoofs on the bricks in the passage. Oleta was in the yard when he came out rubbing his eyes. "Oh, you be ever so early, my lady," he said almost reproachfully. "I know that, Bill," Oleta replied, "but I could not sleep, and thought it would be nice to ride Apollo. Oh, it's going to be a lovely day." The boy, still rubbing his eyes, did not answer, and she said, "Go back to bed. There is nothing for you to do. His lordship will not be riding until later." She did not wait for him to answer, but jumped up on the mounting block and into the saddle. She rode off, going not by the house and down the drive, but leaving the stables by another entrance that took her into the paddock. She looked back, and saw that the stable-boy had indeed obeyed her, and could no longer be seen. She gave a sigh of relief. There was now no chance of him informing any of the other servants that she had ridden away. She was very certain that he had not noticed the bag attached to Apollo's saddle. Oleta did not want to waste any more time, and she set off in the direction that she had looked up in her map. She was determined to put a long distance between herself and her home before she was obliged to spend the night in some village inn. Or she could, of course, sleep out with Apollo in a field or wood, but that would be uncomfortable. Also, she could hardly expect Apollo to do without food on such a long journey, or fresh water that was always standing in his stall. "We will stay in a quiet village inn," Oleta decided, "and I will think of some plausible explanation as to why I am alone." Then, because Apollo clearly wanted to gallop, she gave him his head, and they moved over her father's fields at a fast pace. It was after midday when Oleta realized that she was hungry. She had not thought to have anything to eat before she left, nor because she had been so upset had she eaten much at dinner last night. "We shall have to stop, Apollo," she said. "I know it will be dangerous, as you will be the most outstanding horse anyone in the village has ever seen, but we have to risk it." Actually, she was lucky. They reached a small village consisting of only a few thatched cottages. There was also an old Norman cottage and a black-and-white village inn called the Pig and Whistle. There appeared to be no one about in the village, with the exception of two small boys who were throwing stones into the pond at the end of the village green. Oleta rode up to the Pig and Whistle and found, as she had expected, that there were stables behind it. There was no sign of any carriage or phaeton in the yard. She could see no one, and so she put Apollo into a stall where the straw appeared to be clean. There was a battered bucket of water, and in the manger there was some hay. "I know you want a drink," she said to Apollo, and picking up the bucket, went out into the yard. As she expected, there was a pump in the centre of it, but it looked too heavy for her to work herself. She was just wondering what she should do when a rosy-cheeked man came out from the inn. He looked at her in surprise and called out, "Be you wanting anything, ma'am?" "I have just put my horse in the stable. I would be grateful if I could give him some water, and I will pay for oats if you have them." The publican took the bucket from her, filled it up from the pump, and carried it into the stable. "That be a fine horse you have there, ma'am," he said respectfully. He produced some oats for Apollo, and then Oleta asked if she could have something to eat herself. The publican led her into the inn, which was small but clean. There was a table where she could sit in a room that had a bar along one side of it. "As I am in a hurry," Oleta said, "I shall be glad of anything you can give me quickly. I'm very fond of cold ham." She knew that this was what the inn would be most likely to have, and she was not mistaken. She was provided with a dish of ham, and the 2 potatoes on the plate were hot and baked in their skins. There was a cottage loaf that was newly baked, and fresh butter from the farm, besides a cheese that she found excellent. There was, she was thankful to find, no one else in the inn while she was eating, but she was aware, however, that the publican was curious. She told him that she was on her way to the bedside of an elderly relation who had suffered a heart attack. "I have not far to go," she told him, "but there was no one to go with me." "I thinks it's a bit strange," the publican said, "seeing as you be so well dressed and riding such a fine horse." "I'm sure that I shall be quite safe, especially if I can find somewhere as delightful as your inn to stay the night." You may not," the publican replied. "There be robbers and highwaymen about, just looking for someone like you, ma'am." Oleta felt a shiver run through her. She had not thought of highwaymen. Then she told herself quietly that there was no need to worry. There had not been a single incident of that sort in the village, at home, or anywhere on her father's estate. "I will be all right," she said, more to herself than to the publican. She paid for her luncheon and for Apollo's feed, and in the same way as her father did, added a substantial tip. The publican was profusely grateful, and she hurried back to the stable to mount Apollo and set off once again. She rode all afternoon, keeping well away from the highways where possible. She knew that it would be stupid to pretend, even to herself, that she and Apollo were not an exceptional sight. People would certainly remember seeing them, and in what direction they were riding. It was 6 o'clock in the evening when Oleta had to admit that she and Apollo were both tired and could go little further. She had not seen a large village for some time, and she thought that there was one marked on her map which they should reach in the next mile or two. She was not mistaken, and it was very much like the one where she had taken luncheon. She looked for the inn when she reached the village green. It was not as pretty as the black and white one had been earlier. It was a good deal larger, and was named the Fox and Goose. Just as she had done at luncheon time, she went to the back of the inn and found a stable with the usual stalls. Here there was an elderly, rough-looking man who she supposed to be an ostler. He was eager to help her unsaddle Apollo when she told him that she would pay not only for the best oats, but also for some good, clean straw. She gave the man the money before she went into the inn and hoped that Apollo would be all right. The publican was very different from the one who had been so obliging at luncheon time. He was a thin, rather petulant-looking man, and he did not seem particularly pleased when she told him that she wanted to stay the night. "The missus'll see to you," he replied somewhat abruptly. Feeling that she would have to find the missus herself, Oleta went into the kitchen, which did not look or smell particularly clean. The woman in charge was, however, more obliging than her husband. "You be wanting a bed for the night, ma'am?" she exclaimed in surprise. "Well, I has two upstairs, and you can take your choice." They went up some rather rickety stairs. Oleta chose the larger of the two rooms that were both small and sparsely furnished, and the walls certainly needed repapering and painting. But the sheets on the bed looked clean, and Oleta thought that it might have been worse. "I will take this room," she said, "and I would like something to eat as soon as possible. I've come a long way, and wish to retire to my bed early." "I ain't got much to cook for dinner," the woman answered, "but I can give you a piece of chicken, which were killed yesterday, some vegetables, and a big helping of gooseberry tart." "That will do very nicely," Oleta replied, "and I'm sorry to cause you so much trouble." The woman gave a sharp laugh. "Well, that's what we be here for. We don't get many visitors, only them from the cottages and what comes in for a wee sip of beer or cider. They don't spend enough to keep a mouse alive, let alone a family." "Oh, you have children?" Oleta inquired. "3 of 'em," the woman answered, "and it ain't easy to feed a family with so few customers." Oleta felt sorry for her, and thought that when she left the inn she would give her a large tip to help her with her children. Now she washed in cold water, as she did not like to ask for hot, and having taken off her hat and coat, she felt that she should rest until dinner was ready. She had asked the publican's wife to let her know when she should come downstairs. It would be a mistake, she thought, for me to sit in the bar. Despite the complaint that they had no customers, there might be 1 or 2 men who would remember her later, and they would tell her father or whoever was looking for her the direction she was heading in. She was hoping that her father and mother would be convinced that she had gone to one of her relations, and they would therefore contact first those whom they knew she liked best. "I don't suppose they will think of Nanny until they have exhausted all my aunts and cousins," Oleta told herself. At the same time, she knew that she would be wise to be as inconspicuous as possible. She lay down on the bed, having taken off her riding boots, and she was almost asleep when the publican's wife knocked on the door. "Dinner be ready, ma'am," she called out, "and do hurry, 'cause I've made you rabbit soup." "Oh, that's very kind of you," Oleta replied. "You've brought us luck," the woman said, standing in the open door. There'll be another customer asking for a bed for the night, and for dinner, just like yourself." Oleta could hardly say that was the last thing she wanted, so merely remarked, "I can only hope that you get lots more people in the future." "Or that be just what we be hoping," the publican's wife said as she hurried down the stairs. Oleta tidied her hair, and then she remembered that she had put her money in the pocket of her riding jacket. She knew that she must not be parted from it under any circumstances. She therefore put the jacket over her arm and carried it downstairs with her. Unlike the inn where she had enjoyed her luncheon, there was a small and rather dingy dining room. It opened out to the bar, and there were 3 round tables in it. They had not been laid when she went up the stairs, but now there was a white cloth on 2 of them, and the one reserved for her was in the window, and she could look out onto the village green. There were no children playing on it, and there were just 2 elderly men walking to the inn, and she guessed that they would sit outside where there was a table and a bench, as in most country inns. She saw them sit down and order mugs of ale, and the publican, still looking miserable, was serving them as his wife brought her the rabbit soup. "You'll enjoy this, ma'am," she said. "It be from an old recipe me mother gave me, and one she had from her mother." "Well, I'm sure it's delicious," Oleta answered. She was just about to start on the next dish, which was rather tough chicken, when she heard footsteps. They were coming down the stairs, and a man came into the room. A quick glance at him told Oleta that he was not a gentleman. He looked like a rather flashily dressed commercial traveller, a man of about 30. He walked with a swagger, and spoke in somewhat pretentious tones to the publican's wife, who showed him to his seat. "As I've already told you," he said, "I want the best food you can provide, and a bottle of your finest and doubtless most expensive wine." "I'll go speak to me husband about that," she said. "I'm sure you'll enjoy what I've just cooked for the young lady." She glanced across the room as she spoke. Oleta quickly looked away, thinking it would be a mistake to be forced into conversation with the newcomer. He, however, had a very different idea, and as soon as the publican's wife had left the room, he addressed her. "What are you doing in this dingy place, madam? I doubt if they have any wine that's not a poisonous brew." Oleta wanted to ignore him, but she felt there was no point in being rude by remaining silent. "I am on my way," she replied coldly, "to a relative who has been taken ill." "I was wondering if you were alone," he said. "I thought perhaps you have a young man waiting for you round the corner." He spoke in a kind of leering way that made Oleta think that she would be wise to ignore him. She went on, eating her chicken. "Now, come on. Be friendly," the man piped up. "I wouldn't have stopped here on a foggy night if my horse had not gone lame. You can easily imagine that's a tiresome thing to happen." "Very tiresome," Oleta agreed quietly. She thought that the best thing she could do was to hurry over her dinner and go up to her bedroom as soon as it was over. The publican's wife came back at that moment with the soup for the other traveller, and she was followed by her husband bringing him a bottle of wine. There was then a long discourse as to whether the wine was drinkable, and eventually, rather reluctantly, the newcomer agreed to buy it, as there was actually nothing else. Once he had drawn the cork, the publican came over to Oleta. "The missus forgets to ask you, ma'am," he said, "if you'd like something to drink." "I would like a glass of cider if you have it," Oleta replied. "Course," the publican smiled. She thought that he was pleased she had bought something, rather than, as he expected, ask for water. He had no sooner left the room than the man at the other table suggested, "Come and share my wine with me, madam. It's not as bad as I anticipated, and you might enjoy it." "Thank you for asking," Oleta said, "but I do prefer cider." As she spoke, the publican came back with her glass of cider and put it down beside her plate. "There'll be plenty more where that comes from," he volunteered. "Thank you," Oleta replied, "but I expect that 1 glass will be more than enough." He went from the room, and the man at the other table raised his glass. "To your pretty eyes," he said, "and let me tell you, you are the prettiest thing I've seen for a long time." "I suppose I should say thank you to that," Oleta said coldly, "but I find compliments rather embarrassing." Of course. Say them in a different way," was the reply. Now there was a note in his voice that made her feel uncomfortable. As she did not answer, he rose from where he was sitting and came to her table to sit down opposite her. "Now don't be snooty," he began. "We're alone in this boring old place, and we may as well enjoy ourselves. Have some of this wine with me. Go on, and we'll see if we can get a glass of port to cheer us up later." "It's very kind of you," Oleta replied, "but I never drink anything intoxicating, and I am, in fact, because I'm tired, going to bed as quickly as possible." "Oh, no, that's certainly a good idea." As he spoke, he was looking at her in a way that made her feel nervous. There was something that she had not expected on her journey. She wondered what she could say or do when the publican's wife came in with a plate of chicken in one hand and gooseberry tart in the other. She put them on the table that the man had vacated and collected Oleta's empty soup bowl. Then, as if she had accepted that they were sitting together, she put the chicken down in front of the man and the gooseberry tart in front of Oleta. When she left the room, he said, "Now I think that we should introduce ourselves. My name's Charlie Waters, and I come from Oxford, where a number of people could tell you a great deal about me." He spoke with some satisfaction that told Oleta he was claiming to be very popular. Without touching her gooseberry tart, she now rose to her feet. "I'm sorry to appear rude," she said, "but I'm so tired that I can hardly keep awake. Please explain to the publican's wife. That is why I have gone upstairs." She walked from the room as she spoke, and she thought she heard him say, "I won't be long," but she might have been mistaken. Oleta hurried up the stairs into her room. She had a frightening feeling that Charlie Waters might follow her, but when she reached the landing there was no sign of his doing so. She went into her room and, quickly shutting the door, looked for a key to lock it. To her dismay, there was no key nor a bolt. She thought it unlikely that Charlie Waters would follow her, but he might do. As he had said, he was lonely, and there was no one else he could talk to in this rather dull place. Oleta was innocent and very inexperienced. She did not believe that any man would follow a woman he had only just met. At the same time, he apparently wanted to talk to her and might insist on doing so. "What shall I do?" she asked herself, frantically. Chapter 4. Then, as if a voice was guiding her, she knew the answer. Quickly, she put on her coat that she was carrying over her arm. Going to the bed, she took the pillow from it, and then she opened the door and listened. Downstairs, she could hear Charlie Waters talking to the publican, and she thought that he was asking for the port he had offered her. On tiptoe, she slipped down the stairs and past the kitchen where the publican's wife was working. There was no one in the yard, and no sign of the ostler who had looked after her when she arrived. When she then reached Apollo's stall, she could see dimly that there was the fresh straw that she had paid for on the floor. Quite a heap of straw that had not been needed was at the far end near the manger. Apollo was lying down, and he did not get up as she approached him. She patted his neck and said in a whisper, "You will have to look after me tonight. I just know that I will be safe with you." She put the pillow on top of the straw and then lay down. The stable windows were high up in the wall that overlooked the yard, and Oleta could see the stars coming out one by one. She felt safe with Apollo. If Charlie Waters went to her room to find her, he would be disappointed. She had not slept the night before, and was by now very tired, and she had been lying on the straw for less than a minute. before she fell, fast asleep. She woke with a start. It was Apollo moving about that had awakened her. When she looked out of the window, the stars had gone, and there was now a faint light of dawn creeping up the sky. "We must go away as quickly as possible," she said aloud. At the sound of her voice, Apollo came towards her, and she stroked his nose and patted his neck. "No one could ever have a better chaperone," she sighed. Picking up her pillow, she crossed the courtyard to the inn. She was afraid that the door into the yard might be locked, but it was open, and there was no one about as she went upstairs. She had shut her bedroom door when she left it, but now it was ajar, and she realized that someone must have opened it. Quickly, she repacked the things she had unpacked last night from the saddlebag. Then she washed herself in cold water and brushed her hair. By the time she was ready to go down the stairs, she listened and heard someone moving about. Oleta hoped that it was the publican's wife, and she was right. She was in the kitchen stoking up the stove, and there was already a kettle boiling on it. "Good morning," Oleta called out to her. The publican's wife turned round in surprise. "You be ever so early, ma'am," she said. "Do you want breakfast?" "Oh, I would love something to eat if it is not too much trouble," Oleta replied. "Can I have it here with you?" The publican's wife gave a little laugh. "You be welcome if that's what you want." It took her a little time, but there was no sound of anyone moving around anywhere else in the inn. Oleta had no wish for Charlie Waters to accompany her when she left, and she was, however, sure that he would want breakfast before he departed. The publican's wife cooked her eggs and bacon, and gave her a cup of cheap but cheerful coffee. It was all that Oleta wanted, and when she finished, she asked if she could pay what she owed. It seemed to her surprisingly little, and she left, as her father had taught her to do, 10% of the bill as a gratuity. "Thank you so much for being so kind," she said to the publican's wife, holding out her hand. The woman seemed surprised at the gesture, and she wiped her own hand on her apron before she put it into Oleta's. Then she said, "Now you take good care of yourself. You be too pretty to be wandering about on your own." "I will be all right," Oleta replied, "and thank you again." She hurried across the yard and found that the ostler had just come on duty. He helped her saddle up Apollo, and was obviously surprised at what she gave him for doing so. When she rode off, she thought that everybody had been very kind, and perhaps she had been stupid to be so intimidated by Charlie Waters. "I must be more careful where I sleep tonight," she mused, "and before I take a bedroom, I must be quite sure that it has a lock and key." Then she thought over what had happened the night before. She could not help a shiver of fear running through her when she thought of the way that Charlie Waters had looked at her. She knew only too well that he had, in fact, gone later into her bedroom. "I must be careful, very careful," she determined as she rode out of the village. She kept to the road for about an hour. Then, seeing some thick woods, she thought that she would rather ride in them where no one could see her. The wood itself was certainly attractive, but there was more undergrowth than in the woods at home, and it meant that Apollo could not move at all quickly. Oleta was happy to be riding under the trees, but she wanted him to go faster. She had no wish to spend too many nights at village inns before she reached Nanny, and she could not always expect to be lucky enough to sleep with Apollo, as she had last night. If people saw her, they would think it strange and might protest about it. By this time, they were in a very thick part of the wood, where there seemed to be no paths. "We must get out of here, Apollo," Oleta said, "and find a good field where you can gallop." Apollo twitched his ears, and she thought that he had understood. Instead of going to the left, that she thought would bring her again onto the highway, she turned right. She found that she had been right, as the wood soon ended, and there were fields beyond it. The sun was now shining brightly, and when she came out from under the trees, she felt it dazzle her eyes. She turned Apollo in the direction that she thought they must go. Even as she did so, she heard the sound of a horse behind her. It came from behind some high bushes. Then, as it trotted towards her, she felt fear like lightning strike through her body. Riding the horse was a highwayman. When the Marquis came in from his morning ride, he was surprised not to find his daughter in the breakfast room. He had been late in coming downstairs, and when he reached the stables, Grover, his head groom, had his favourite mount saddled and waiting for him. "Where is her ladyship?" the Marquis inquired. "The lad who be on duty last night, my lord, told me she left early on Apollo." It was what the Marquis might have expected, and so he said nothing but rode off. He thought that he would soon catch up with Oleta. He was certain that she would go on the route they always took before breakfast. However, he did not see her, and he thought that she would have gone home before him. He ate his breakfast alone, thinking that it was very unlike Oleta to sulk, and it was obvious that she was now deliberately avoiding him. "She will recover sooner or later," he told himself confidently. As he had been away for a few days, there were a number of people waiting to see him. By the time he had listened to their needs or to their complaints, it was almost midday. He went to look for his wife and found her, as he had anticipated, in the rose garden. "Do look at my new roses, darling," she said as he joined her. "They are the most beautiful pink I have ever grown, and their scent is delightful." They talked about roses and inspected some other plants that were just coming into bloom. The Marquis then looked at his watch. "It's now nearly lunchtime," he said. "What has happened to Oleta? Have you seen her this morning?" "No. I heard that she went out riding early," the Marchioness replied. "I am sure that she will feel better after a long ride." "I sincerely hope so," he answered. "Don't forget that the Duke is arriving this afternoon." "I have not forgotten, and I have prepared the King Charles room for him, which I hope he will appreciate." "He should do, except that, like his horses, Laverdale Castle is always a little superior to what one owns oneself," the Marchioness laughed. "You must not be jealous, my darling. I love this house just as it is." "And that is how I love you," the Marquis sighed. There was still no sign of Oleta at luncheon time. It was when they had finished the meal that the Marquis began to worry. Without consulting his wife, he rang for the butler. "Find out, please, Hubbard," he said, "if anyone in the house knows where her ladyship has gone. Perhaps she told Ellen that she was visiting some friends." "I'll make inquiries, my lord," Hubbard replied. He was away for quite some time, and then when the Marquis and Marchioness were sitting in the drawing-room, he came in with a silver salver in his hand. The Marquis looked up expectantly. "I have discovered that her ladyship had left the house before Ellen called her, my lord." The Marquis expressed surprise, and Hubbard went on. "Later, Ellen saw that there was a letter addressed to your lordship on the desk in her ladyship's room. She didn't like to move it without instructions." As he spoke, Hubbard held out the silver salver. The Marquis saw that there was an envelope on it addressed to himself. He took it, saying, "Thank you, Hubbard. That will be all." When the butler had left the room, he said, "You would have thought that stupid woman would have brought this to me earlier." "As she had not been told to do so, I suppose she felt that she was doing the right thing," the Marchioness observed. The Marquis, meanwhile, was opening the envelope, and read the sheet of paper inside. Without saying anything, and with a frown between his eyes, he passed it to his wife. The Marchioness took it and read, "Dearest Papa, as I do not want to marry the Duke, I have no wish to meet him. I have gone away to stay with friends, and will not return until I am quite sure that he has left. Please do not be angry. I love you. Your affectionate but disobedient daughter, Oleta." "Now, where on earth do you think she has gone?" the Marquis asked as his wife finished reading the letter. "I have no idea," the Marchioness replied. "If it is to one of our relations, and Oleta tells them why she has run away, they will certainly communicate with us or send her back at once." "What shall I say to the Duke?" the Marquis asked, more to himself than to his wife. As he was speaking, the door opened, and Hubbard announced, "His Grace the Duke of Laverdale, my lord." The Marquis walked towards his visitor with a look of surprise on his face, and held out his hand. "I'm early," the Duke said. "My horses travelled faster than I expected. In fact, my lord, I know you will appreciate my new team as much as I do myself." "Well, we are delighted to see you," the Marquis replied. "And of course you know my wife." The Marchioness held out her hand. "I have not seen you for a year," she said, "because I have not been in London for ages. But I think we last met at the Devonshires." "I remember it vividly," the Duke replied. "You were undoubtedly the most beautiful lady present." The Marchioness laughed. "Thank you. So much for the compliment, for there was a great deal of competition. I thought, as I came up the drive," the Duke said, "that Cole Court is looking even more attractive than when I last saw it, and that was many years ago when I was only a boy." "Fancy you remembering it," the Marchioness said in her soft voice. "But Laverdale, I am told, grows lovelier every year." "I like to think so," the Duke answered. "I have some new horses that I'm very anxious for his lordship to see." There was silence for a moment, and then on an impulse the Marchioness said, "I think it is only right and fair that you should see this." She held out Oleta's note, and the Duke took it from her. As he read it, the Marchioness sat down, and so did the Marquis, who was thinking that his wife had made a mistake. There was, however, nothing he could do about it. "So your daughter does not want to marry me?" the Duke remarked a little sourly. "What worries me," the Marchioness answered, "is she has ridden off alone." "Do you mean without a groom?" the Duke asked. "Alone on the horse she loves, and we have no idea where she has gone." "We were saying before you arrived," the Marquis said, "that if she has gone to one of our relations, they will certainly inform us where she is, and if she tells them why she has run away, they will undoubtedly send her back." "Do your relations live nearby?" he inquired. The Marchioness made a gesture with her hand. "They are all over the place, but now I think about it, I am very sure that Oleta has not turned to any of them for help." She was reflecting that all their relations would be so delighted for Oleta to marry anyone as prestigious as the Duke, and they would be horrified that she had run away from him. "Where could she have gone?" the Marquis asked. Suddenly, the Marchioness gave a little cry. "I'm almost sure that I have the answer, but it's a long way." "Who are you thinking of?" the Marquis inquired. "Nanny. Of course Oleta would go to Nanny, but she lives in Norfolk and she would have to find somewhere to stay at least 3 nights along the way." Now there was a note of fear in her voice that the men did not miss. "What shall I do?" the Marquis groaned. Then unexpectedly the Duke remarked, "I think it is extremely dangerous for your daughter to be riding alone in that part of the country. Highwaymen are operating there, and causing much trouble, and there are always men ready to steal a good horse if they see one." "Then we have to do something," the Marchioness exclaimed, "and at once. But whom can we send?" She looked at her husband, and the Duke said, "This situation is most serious. As it concerns me, I think that I should leave as soon as possible to try and find your daughter." The Marquis and Marchioness stared at him. Then the Marquis said, "We can hardly ask you to do that, Rory." "I shall travel faster," the Duke replied, "than any of your grooms could. Also, I know the country quite well." He smiled before he added, "It may be a somewhat strange introduction, but in this way I shall certainly meet your daughter, however hard she tries to avoid me." The Marquis obviously did not know what to say, but the Marchioness exclaimed, "I think it's a wonderful idea, and please, please do hurry. I cannot bear to think of Oleta being in such danger. She obviously has not thought about highwaymen or other miscreants who will frighten or perhaps harm her." "I would like to change into my riding clothes," the Duke said, "and I will travel on the fastest horse available." "My stables are at your disposal," the Marquis said. The Duke smiled. "As it happens, although I expect you have not yet been notified about it, I sent a horse here yesterday that I particularly want your opinion on. I think it is one of the most amazing stallions I have come across for years." "Well, I shall certainly be delighted to see it." "I thought, my lord," the Duke carried on, "that when I was staying with you we would doubtless be riding together, and that is why I told my groom to bring the horse here. I expect it arrived last night." "I am sure that my head groom has looked after it, and the man who brought it," the Marquis answered. The Duke did not surprise him, as quite a number of guests, when they came to stay, brought their own horses, knowing how interested he would be in them. There were rides and jumps at Colecourt that were a challenge to any aspiring horseman. "We have not yet asked you," the Marquis said, "if you have had luncheon." "I stopped at a posting inn about noon," the Duke replied, "so I'm not hungry, thank you. But I think as your daughter has a good start ahead of me, I should be on my way as quickly as possible." He was certainly wasting no time. The Marquis took him up to the King Charles' room where he was to sleep. His valet was already there with his luggage, and he was downstairs in under a quarter of an hour. The Marquis was waiting to take him to the stables, and when he saw the horse that the Duke had sent ahead of him, he realized that he was not boasting in describing it as exceptional. It was a very tall stallion, and one look at it told the Marquis that it was an animal he would welcome in his own stables, and he envied the Duke for being its owner. The Duke was no less efficient than the Marquis expected him to be, so he was not at all surprised when they reached the stables to find that his valet was already fastening a saddlebag to the back of the stallion's saddle with a special pocket for a pistol at the front. "Are you quite sure," the Marquis asked him, "that you don't want a groom to accompany you?" The Duke smiled. "I don't wish to be rude, my lord, but I doubt if anything in your stables, or in mine for that matter, would be able to keep up with this particular horse." "He is indeed exceptional," the Marquis said, "and I congratulate you on finding him." "He was bred by a good friend for whom I once did a good turn," the Duke explained, and when he saw how superior this horse was to any other he had ever produced, he kept it for me, even though he had a dozen eager buyers knocking on his door. "Then I think you are extremely fortunate," the Marquis commented. The Duke was just about to mount his horse when the Marchioness came running into the stables. She went up to the Duke and spoke in a low voice so that the grooms could not hear her. "I have only just remembered that you have never seen Oleta, so how could you recognize her?" "How very remiss of me," the Duke exclaimed. "I should have asked you to show me a portrait of her." "Here is a miniature of her," the Marchioness said. "It was painted only last year, and it is a very good likeness." She handed it to the Duke, who had a quick glance at it. He had expected the daughter of the Marquis to be good-looking. The miniature, however, showed a girl who exceeded all his expectations. It was a very young face, but at the same time so exquisitely beautiful that he was certain it was a flattering portrait of a pretty girl. No one, he thought to himself, could be as lovely as that. However, as he slipped it into his pocket, he said, "Thank you for being clever enough to realize that I was being extremely stupid." "You are being very gallant, and I am so grateful to you," the Marchioness said. "I had forgotten that there might be highwaymen who would steal Oleta's money and her horse. Oh, please, Rory, please find her as quickly as possible." "That is exactly what I intend to do," the Duke said, "and I will bring her back to you, safe and sound." "I am sure," the Marchioness said, "that she will ride as much as possible in the woods, because she loves them." The Duke mounted his stallion, who was fidgeting to be off. Then, as he trotted out of the yard, the Marquis waved to him. As he waved back, the Duke was thinking that this was the only thing he could do in such an emergency. It was not only that he knew the Marquis's daughter was in danger. From his own point of view, it was a story that must be kept from the gossips who continually talked about him, and it would undoubtedly make a very good tale. A lovely young girl, the daughter of a distinguished marquis, had not only refused to marry him, but had run away from home to avoid meeting him. He could easily imagine all too clearly what a joke it would be in White's. Women who were jealous, such as Lady Sybil and several other beauties he had been attracted to, would think that at least he had been brought down a peg or two. He had always assumed that every woman he met would be proud and happy to be his wife, and he wondered how often he had listened to a soft voice saying against his shoulder, "Oh, darling Rory, if only we had met before I was married, how wonderful it would have been." He had not replied, as he knew that if he had met the woman who was speaking when she was a debutante, he would have ignored her. In fact, he would have made sure that he did not come in contact with her at all. Of course, it would be a wonderful joke that he had been turned down by a girl of 18 who had never even seen him, and she had even run away from her home to escape him. As he rode on, he supposed that the Marchioness would have enough sense not to discuss what had occurred with any of their relatives. He was sure that the Marquis at any rate would be very careful, and he surely would not wish it known that his daughter had turned down the ultimate prize catch of the beau monde. "I have to find her, quickly," the Duke said almost through gritted teeth. His horse was moving at a pace that he had never known with any other mount. He reckoned that Oleta was about 10 hours in front of him, and he would therefore definitely have difficulty in catching up with her. At the same time, she would doubtless spend longer sleeping than he would, and he could also count on the pace of his horse being considerably greater than anything she was riding. He rode until it was nearly dark. By keeping to the fields and avoiding the roads, he reckoned that he had covered a good number of miles in record time. He stopped at a large and comfortable posting inn to feed both himself and his horse. The publican welcomed him effusively, and he was shown into the best room available. Having no wish to encounter any other people in the inn, he ate his dinner in a private parlour. Nor did he wish to have to explain to anyone who knew him why he was travelling alone. The publican had been somewhat surprised that he did not have a valet or a groom with him, and the Duke, apart from saying that he was in a great hurry, gave him no explanation to ease his curiosity. After an edible but not particularly exciting meal, he went up to bed. He was determined to start as soon as dawn broke. He actually left the posting inn before 5 o'clock. An hour later, he rode into the small village where the Pig and Whistle was situated. He was about to ride straight through it, and then it struck him that he had not seen another inn for some time, and it was therefore an obvious place where Oleta might have stayed. The Duke rode into the yard, and a scruffy-looking man came to his side. "Was there, by any chance," he asked him, "a young lady staying here last night, who was riding a very fine black stallion?" "Aye, she were here, sir," the man answered. "She left at 6 o'clock this morning." The Duke had heard what he wanted, and, without dismounting, he tipped the man and rode out of the yard. He followed the road for a short time, and then he saw woods on one side, and remembered exactly what the Marchioness had said to him. As Oleta had, he found the undergrowth and the thickness of the wood constricting. He guided his horse out of it. As he did so, moving between the trees and passing through some tall and thick bushes, he heard a coarse voice say, "Give me your money, and I'll take your horse while I'm about it." There was a cry of horror, and a woman's voice screamed, "You cannot do that! You cannot!" The Duke moved round the bushes, and one quick glance told him what was happening. He drew his pistol from its place in the saddle. As he did so, the highwayman transferred his pistol into his left hand and moved his horse nearer to Oleta. He was very obviously intending either to take her money from her or to catch hold of Apollo's bridle. Before he could do either, the Duke, with a voice of thunder, ordered, "Drop your pistol, or I will kill you." The highwayman spun round, and the Duke could see that the lower part of his face was covered with a handkerchief. His eyes, however, could see quite clearly the large horse the Duke was riding, and that a pistol was pointed at his heart. Startled, he then dropped his pistol, and turning his horse, he spurred it into a gallop. The Duke let him get halfway across the field, and then he fired his pistol into the air to make certain that he fled the scene as quickly as he could. He rode up to where Oleta, seated on Apollo, was looking pale and shaken. As he reached her, she called out breathlessly, "Thank you. Thank you so much. You have saved me. That man was going to take not only my money, but my horse." The Duke could see that she was trembling. At the same time, he became instantly aware that she was even more beautiful than the miniature which was in his pocket. He had never seen anyone look quite so lovely. He thought she had a child's face, but there was also something almost spiritual about her. It made her seem different from any woman he had ever seen before. "I'm glad that I came in time to prevent you losing your horse," the Duke smiled. "If I had lost Apollo, I think I would have wanted to die," Oleta replied, "especially if it was to a wicked highwayman." "He is not likely to come back," the Duke said, "but I think that we should move away from here rapidly, in case he has a confederate with him." Oleta gave a little cry of horror that was somehow very appealing. "Oh, please, let's go. Quickly," she urged him. "I did not expect to find anything like him in this wood." "Surely you are not travelling alone?" he asked. "I have to go to see a relation who is ill," Oleta automatically said, remembering the excuse she had given at the inn. "Even so," the Duke replied, "someone should be with you. There are many highwaymen in this part of the country. If there had been two of them together, one might have shot me, and then there would have been no way for you to save your horse, or even yourself, from them." "You're frightening me," Oleta said, "but I'm sure that now you have been so kind, I will be all right." She did not sound all that confident, and the Duke quizzed her. "Where are you going?" "To Upwell, which is a village in Norfolk," Oleta replied. "Well, I happen to be travelling in that direction," the Duke said, "so perhaps you would be wise, unless you want to risk losing your horse, to travel with me." "May I do that?" Oleta asked eagerly. "It's very kind of you, sir, and I think your horse is magnificent. What is he called?" "Sir Galahad." As the Duke spoke, Oleta turned round to look at him with a strange expression in her eyes. "Then you really are a knight in shining armour." "Why do you say that?" he inquired. "I love the story of Sir Galahad and his search for the Holy Grail," Oleta answered, "and I am, in fact, running away from a menacing and frightening ogre. In the story I tell myself, when I am in the woods, a knight in shining armour comes to save me at the last moment from being gobbled up by him." The Duke laughed. "Well, I'm glad to think that I have been of use, and of course Sir Galahad is delighted to meet Apollo, who is at this moment driving his chariot across the sky and bringing us the sunshine." Oleta looked at him, wide-eyed. "Apollo is my favourite Greek god," she said. "I was not surprised. When I was in Greece, I was very conscious of him." "You have been to Greece?" There was a rapt note in Oleta's voice that told the Duke how much Greece meant to her. "I was there 2 years ago," he said. "And what did you feel about Delphi?" Oleta asked the question rather cautiously, as when she had asked the very same question to one of her father's friends, he had said, "It's just a mass of stones and rubble. I wished I had not wasted my time going there." The scathing way that he had spoken had somehow hurt her. Now she wondered what this man, who had saved her from the highwayman, would say. "When I stood under the shining cliffs," the Duke replied, "and looked down at the valley below, I at once understood just why Apollo had proclaimed that he took all that beauty as his own. I knew that it was still his, even though his temple had been destroyed." Oleta drew in her breath. This was something that she had always wanted to hear. "Thank you for telling me that," she said softly. They rode on, and the Duke chose a way across the fields for the moment, avoiding the woods. He had not been exaggerating when he had said that there were indeed a good many highwaymen in this part of the country. He had read in the local newspapers what a menace they were to travellers. He was now wondering just how far he should go before telling Oleta who he was. But the next remark she said made him decide to say nothing, at least for the time being. "It's very kind of you to accompany me, sir," she said. "I was not frightened yesterday, well, not until last night, but today, when I saw the highwayman, I was really terrified." "What happened last night?" the Duke inquired. She looked away from him, and he sensed that she was embarrassed. "Where did you stay?" he asked. "At an inn called the Pig and Whistle." Oleta sighed before continuing. "I thought that I should be all right there, until a man appeared." "A man?" "He was not a gentleman. I think someone like a commercial traveller." "And he upset you?" "He wanted to be friends with me." "And what happened?" There was a little pause before Oleta said, "Perhaps it was silly of me, but the things he said while I was having dinner made me think that he wanted to go on talking, and then come to my bedroom." "And did he?" the Duke asked. "When I went up to bed, I found that there was no key in the lock, and so, although you would think it very silly of me, I went and slept with Apollo in his stall." "I think it was very sensible of you," the Duke said, "and something that most women would not have thought of doing until it was too late." "Too late? For what?" Oleta inquired. He turned to look at her and realized how innocent she was. "Just forget it happened," he said, "and if you stay somewhere tonight, be sure that there is a key in the door of your room before you go down to dinner." "I did think of that, but only after it was too late. I expect you are thinking, sir, that it was stupid of me to be frightened, but I have never travelled alone before." "Which you should not be doing now. Surely your father and mother could have sent someone with you." Oleta was silent, and then he exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot that you were running away from an ogre. What will you do if he comes after you?" "He must not find me. Please, please, can we go a little quicker?" Oleta said. "Even if he does not search for me, perhaps Papa may send one of the grooms, and then I will have to go home and meet the ogre." "Then the sooner we get you to Upwell, the better. But I warn you, it's still a long way ahead." "I know. I've seen it on my map," Oleta replied. The Duke then drew out his gold watch from his waist-pocket. "I think now, as it is nearly luncheon time, that we should find an inn where at least we can have bread and cheese, if nothing else." Oleta laughed. "Surely they could find something better than that. Would you like to look at my map and see where we are?" "I know where we are," the Duke replied. "Unless I am mistaken, there is a small inn about half a mile away. Shall we go there?" Oleta looked at him inquiringly. "You are quite certain it's what you want to do?" she asked. "If you do want to ride on, and don't mind my coming with you so that I can feel safe, I will go without luncheon." "Apart from my feeling hungry," the Duke said in a matter-of-fact voice, "I think that Sir Galahad and Apollo would enjoy a drink, and perhaps something to eat. If we cannot find caviar and champagne, it may be something a little better than bread and cheese." Oleta chuckled, and it was a very pretty sound. "Now you are making a joke of it, sir. Thank you very much for being so kind to me. I keep thinking how terrifying it would have been if I had lost Apollo." She was silent for a moment, and then she added, "I suppose that I would then have had to walk, and the highwayman would have taken all my money as well." "I expect," the Duke said with a slightly sarcastic note in his voice, "that he would have found some kind gentleman to help you." "But he might have been like the man last night," Oleta responded quickly. The Duke saw her give a little shudder. "Forget it," he said sharply. "Forget both him and the highwayman. I promise you, as long as you're with me, no one will frighten you." He turned his horse, as he spoke, in the direction of the high road, and then he said, "Now that I think about it, we have not introduced ourselves. Will you tell me your name?" Oleta laughed. "It seems funny that you did not ask me before. After all, we have been riding together all morning." The Duke realized that he had made a mistake, but he covered it up by saying, "I was thinking of you as the owner of Apollo, which of course means, if he is a god, that you must be a goddess. And I hope that you were thinking of me as one of the Knights of the Round Table." "That is exactly what you are," Oleta replied. "And my name is Oleta." She was just about to say Cole when she realized that she had nearly compromised herself, and added, "Burn." The Duke had apparently not noticed her hesitation because he volunteered, "I am Robert Durham." He was not lying, and he realized that she had told him at least a half-truth by using the last half of her father's name. He had been christened Robert amongst several other names, and when he was a child, people used to make him try to say it, but he had insisted on saying Rory. So, Rory he had become, and that is what he had been called at Eton and Oxford, and by all his friends at White's. Durham was one of his many minor titles, and so he told himself that he was really speaking the truth. "Perhaps, as we have now introduced ourselves, we should shake hands," Oleta was saying, "although it seems a bit late to do so. I would like to thank you most sincerely once again for being so kind to me." "It is something that I am really delighted to do," the Duke replied, "as long as we are travelling in the same direction." Oleta wanted to say that she hoped he was going as near to Upwell as possible, but she thought it might sound rather pushy. He had saved Apollo, and he had saved me, she told herself. How can I ever be grateful enough to him? She looked at him admiringly as he rode down the narrow path in front of her. She was fully aware, as she had been when they galloped, that he rode magnificently, as well if not better than her father. Both of them seemed to be part of the horse they were mounted on. She sent up a little prayer. "Thank you, God, for letting him save me." Then they passed beneath some high trees, and she thought that they were telling her that it was they who had brought him to her at exactly the right moment. She smiled at the great oaks and elms as she passed them. "Thank you too," she said sincerely in her heart. Chapter 5. A short time later, the Duke led the way through some trees and onto the high road. As he had anticipated, a little further on there was a village green. As they drew nearer, they saw a number of women standing together, and Oleta wondered why. Facing the green there was an old black-and-white inn, but before they could reach it, a woman came running towards them. "Help us! Help us!" she cried to the Duke. "A little boy has fallen down the old well." "Is there any water in it?" the Duke asked. "No," she replied, "but we has no idea how to get him out." The Duke dismounted, and without saying a word, he handed Sir Galahad's reins to Oleta. With the woman ahead of him, he ran towards the group of other women. When he reached them, he found them all staring down an old well that obviously was no longer in use, and there was a bucket hanging from a rope by which the water was originally wound up to the top. They told the Duke, speaking all at once, that the boy had swung himself on the bucket and had then dropped down to the bottom of the well. The Duke looked over the side and could see the boy, who was now crying. To his relief, there was no water but only leaves and rubbish at the bottom of the well. He turned to the women, who were still all talking at once, and said, "I will need another rope. I expect there will be one at the inn." "I'll get it," two women said together, and set off towards the inn. The Duke took off his hat and riding coat and laid them down on the grass. He could see that the rope the bucket was attached to was frayed and old. It was a surprise that the boy had been able to swing on it without breaking it before he fell. A short time passed before the women came back with a long rope, and following them was an elderly man, who Oleta guessed was the publican of the inn. The Duke took the rope from the women and gave them instructions as to what they should do. Oleta noticed that he was talking to the publican as if he thought that he had more sense than they had. She felt that she must see what was happening, and she turned to two boys who were watching and said, "If you would hold these horses for me, I will give you 6pence each." Their eyes lit up, and they went eagerly to take the reins of Sir Galahad and Apollo. "Just let them crop the grass," Oleta told them, "but don't wander too far. Keep hold of their reins and talk to them gently." The boys seemed to understand, and one of them said that he looked after his father's horse. "Then you will know what to do," Oleta said, "and I trust you to be very careful, because these horses are very precious." She knew that both the boys were impressed by the horses, and felt that they would come to no harm. Then she turned and hurried towards the well. By this time, the Duke had the rope fastened round his waist, and was climbing cautiously over the brick wall of the well. Then, holding on to the rope, he told the women to let him down very slowly. There were now 6 women holding on to the rope. Some were middle-aged, and they were striving with all their might to keep the rope steady and to lower it as the Duke required. As Oleta was not taking part, she was able to look down. Now she could see that the Duke had reached the bottom and was talking to the small boy. He had stopped crying, and the Duke undid the rope from his waist and tied it round the boys. Then he looked up, and seeing Oleta, shouted up, "I'm going to put the boy on my shoulders, so that he will not have so far to be hoisted up. Tell 2 women to grab hold of him as quickly as possible, so that he does not bump himself against the side of the well." Oleta understood what he wanted, and explained to the women what they should do. She chose 2 who she thought were the youngest and strongest of the women, and told them to bend over and take hold of the arms of the boy as soon as they could. Then, looking down, she saw the Duke lift the small boy onto his shoulders, standing close to the side of the well as he did so. "Now pull slowly," Oleta said to the women. They pulled on the rope steadily, and those bending over managed a few seconds later to get hold of the boy's wrists. They lifted him over the top, and he jumped down excitedly. He rushed to his mother, who put her arms around him, saying in a scolding voice, "Don't you ever do anything like that again, Eric." "The gentleman says it were a big adventure," Eric retorted. Oleta now realized how difficult it would be to get the Duke out, and she said to the women, "Let down the rope, and now you will have to pull very much harder to bring up the gentleman." They appreciated this, and one of them remarked, "'Tis always the same thing when the men are in the fields. We has to do all the work." "You can hardly expect the gentleman to wait until the men come back," Oleta pointed out firmly. The women laughed. "We'll get him up. Don't you worry." They let down the rope again, and the Duke told them when he was ready. It was not easy, because although the bricks of the well were old and crumbling, there was very little foothold. He was, of course, as Oleta realized, very heavy. It suddenly struck her how awful it would be if they let him fall and he was injured. He would no longer be able to protect her, and she would then have to carry on her journey alone, and maybe encounter other highwaymen with no one to save her. Because she was really frightened, she caught hold of the rope and pulled with the other women. He seemed to be so heavy that she was praying frantically that he would be safe, and that the rope would not break. It was with a feeling of the utmost relief that she saw his hands appear on the top of the wall. Then there was his head, and, with a last final effort from all the women, he managed to pull a leg over the side. When they realized that they had indeed succeeded in rescuing him, as he had rescued the small boy, they gave a loud cheer. Some of the older women sank down on the grass. "Oh, if that don't give me an heart attack," one of them said, "nothing will." The mother of the little boy was very grateful. "Thank you, sir," she said. "Thank you. It were real kind of you." "I think now I've earned my luncheon," the Duke replied. He put on his coat and picked up his hat. Then, with all the women telling him how clever he had been, he walked with Oleta to the horses. "I promised the boys 6pence each," she said, "but I'm afraid at the moment I have no small change." "I think I can afford such a gigantic sum," the Duke answered with a smile. He gave the boys what they had been promised, and they thanked him. Then he and Oleta led the horses towards the inn. "It was wonderful of you to save the boy," Oleta said. "I was so afraid that the women would not be strong enough to pull you out of the well." "I'm sure the fact that you were helping too," the Duke said, "did the trick." Oleta was not aware that he had seen her pulling on the rope with the others, and she answered, "I thought it was the case of all hands to the pump." "I should not like to think that you had in any way hurt your hands," the Duke replied. He thought as he was speaking that her hands were as exquisite as the rest of her. In fact, every time he looked at her, he found it hard to believe that anyone could be so enchanting. The publican had hurried back to the inn when the Duke had been pulled successfully to the top of the well. He was now waiting for them in the yard where there were stalls to put the horses. The Duke gave an order for the best food available to be supplied for them, and also fresh water. A young man, who Oleta thought might well be the publican's son, hurried to obey him. She asked if she could now wash her hands, and the publican's wife, who was a friendly-looking woman, took her upstairs and even brought her some hot water. Oleta took off her hat and tidied her hair. She thought that it had been a very dramatic morning with so much happening all at once that she could hardly believe that it was all true. When she went downstairs, she found that the Duke was sitting at a table by the open window. He rose to his feet and told her that he had already ordered their meal. "I feel sure that you're hungry," he added. "I had not thought about it until now," Oleta said. "But actually I am, and all this excitement has made us late. It's nearly 2 o'clock. "Then, as I suppose you are in a hurry," he replied, "we must not linger too long." "I thought perhaps you were in a hurry too. And may I still travel with you, sir?" She asked the question rather nervously, and she was afraid that now she might lose him. If she did encounter highwaymen who would take Apollo from her, there would be no one to save her. As if he read her thoughts, the Duke said, "As we are both still going in the same direction, you need not worry about yourself or Apollo. You'll be safe with me." "Thank you. I think now I would be very frightened if I had to be alone." "Quite rightly so," the Duke observed. She did not answer this, because the publican's wife arrived with their food, and the publican with some home-brewed cider that he hoped they would enjoy. Oleta was glad that he drank the cider as she did, and did not ask for anything stronger. She thought that if he drank wine while they were travelling, like so many men did, he might not be so alert. Nor would he be ready to help out when there were accidents like that of the boy in the well. They did not talk much while they were eating, and as soon as they had finished, the Duke said, "I think we should be on our way. We will have to find an inn where it is comfortable for us to stay the night, and this is a rather isolated part of the country." As he spoke, he took some money out of his pocket, and Oleta said quickly, "Oh, I must pay for my luncheon." "I am delighted to be your host," the Duke replied. "I must not take advantage of your generosity," she answered. "After all, I am a very much self-invited guest. On the contrary, I have offered to protect you, and therefore you must allow me to be your host until we part from each other." "Thank you very much, sir," Oleta said. She felt that this would ensure that she could afford to stay with Nanny even longer than she intended to do. They went out to the yard, and Oleta was thinking how lucky she and Apollo were to have found someone as kind as Mr. Durham. She could not imagine anyone she knew being so quick to help the boy who had fallen down the well, nor so clever in getting him out with the least amount of difficulty and fuss. "I think he is a rather wonderful person," she said to herself as she reached Apollo. She drew him out of the stall, and the boy who had looked after him brought out Sir Galahad. The Duke was in the courtyard, saying goodbye to the publican. "'Tis a privilege to have you, sir," the publican was saying, "and no one near in the village will forget you, now you've got young Eric out of that there well." "If you take my advice," the Duke said, "you will have it covered over. As it is a temptation to young boys, and one might really hurt themselves." "I'll do exactly what you says, sir," he replied. The Duke mounted Sir Galahad, and they set off. "Now, we have to ride fast," the Duke said, "if we are to reach the inn where I think we will be comfortable tonight." The horses were only too ready to gallop, and they kept, where possible, away from the high road and in the fields. The Duke thought that Oleta looked rather wistfully at some of the woods they passed. He had no intention of risking their meeting another highwayman, or leaving it too late to find comfortable beds for the night. It was, in fact, nearly 6 o'clock before they reached a pretty village, a little larger than the one where they had had luncheon. Here there was the inevitable village green and an inn facing it. There was a spacious courtyard and a row of 8 stalls for horses, and the Duke saw with relief that they were empty. He chose what he thought were the best and largest for Apollo and Sir Galahad. Inside the inn, an ancient oak staircase led up to the bedrooms, and the Duke took what the publican told him were the 2 best rooms. They were very much better furnished than the one that Oleta had been offered the night before. There were only rugs and no carpet on the wooden floor, but the beds appeared comfortable. Oleta had carried in her bag, and although she was in a hurry, she thought that she would change for dinner into one of her frocks. She would have liked to have had a bath, but knew it was impossible. To ask for one would certainly have caused a commotion. The publican's wife brought her up a large can of hot water. Oleta washed away the dust, and felt cleaner and more refreshed when she had done so. She hung up her riding habit in the wardrobe, and slipped into a pretty muslin dress. Fortunately it was not creased, although it had been rolled up for so long, and Oleta thought, when she looked in the mirror, that she was neat and tidy. When she joined the Duke downstairs, she was not aware that he was thinking that she looked like an orchid. "I'm so sorry I've been taking such a long time," Oleta said apologetically, "but my habit was so dusty, I felt I must put on a dress." "I wish I had been able to change too," he smiled. She felt, however, that he looked very smart, and she suspected that he had changed his cravat for one that was cleaner and uncreased. The dinner was surprisingly good, and they talked on several subjects that he found Oleta had most original ideas about. She always seemed to say the unexpected, and he found himself laughing spontaneously. He had never suspected that he would be amused by a young girl, or that, when they argued, he would have to use his wits to compete with her. When she informed him that she had learned ancient Greek, he remembered that the Marquis had said that she had received a boy's education. He realized that their conversation had been very much the same as he might have had with one of his men friends at White's. At the same time, she looked so young, so frail, and so very lovely. He found it astonishing that, unlike most women, she had no desire to talk about herself. It might be because she wished to be incognito, but he was almost certain that it was really because she was completely unself-conscious. She had no idea of her beauty or the effect it had on any man she might come into contact with. They were just finishing dinner when there was a sound of loud and raucous voices. 4 men came into the room. The Duke saw at a glance that they were all the sort of men who Oleta would never have met. They would, if she had been here alone, have made advances on her that would undoubtedly frighten her. Evidently, Oleta felt the same after she had finished her glass of cider, and suggested, "I think I will be wise to go to bed at once. As I told you, I rose very early this morning, and I am really very tired." "I will knock on your door early," the Duke said, "so that we can be on our way, as we have a long distance to travel." Oleta smiled at him. "Thank you, sir. Thank you again for being so kind to me. I should be really scared if you were not here." The Duke knew that she was referring to the men who had just arrived, and were now talking noisily amongst themselves. He suspected that they had already had a great deal to drink at the bar. Oleta hurried upstairs and found that the publican's wife had left a lighted candle in her bedroom. She undressed, putting her gown away in the bag so that she would not have to do so in the morning. She put on one of her nightgowns and got into bed, and had told the truth when she said that she was very tired, as it had been a long ride and such an eventful day. She was thankful for a comfortable bed, and at least she would not have to sleep on the straw beside Apollo. She blew out the candle, and then started to say her prayers. Before she was halfway through, she fell asleep. It was nearly 2 hours later when the Duke came upstairs. When Oleta had gone to bed, he had left the room where they had been eating to go to the bar. He had talked to the publican, who had a great deal to say about all the difficulties they were experiencing in that part of the country. The Duke found it interesting, and he thought that several points the publican made he should take up with the Minister of Agriculture and bring them to the attention at the House of Lords. Then, when he felt that it was time to go to bed, he went to the stables to see if Sir Galahad and Apollo were all right. When he got there, he looked at the horses of the men who had just arrived. They were, as he had expected, very inferior, ungroomed and clearly badly fed. He had made sure that the food Sir Galahad had in his manger was the best, and that there was fresh water in his bucket. Then he took the same trouble over Apollo. As he was going back to the inn, he was aware that the 4 men who had arrived late had finished eating and drinking. They had most certainly indulged themselves where the drink was concerned, and 2 of them were definitely unsteady on their feet. They had come outside, he gathered, for some air. As he passed them, hoping to do so unnoticed, he heard one of them say to the other, "We'll take 'em at dawn." The Duke was very certain that he knew what they meant without having it explained to him. The publican had spoken about the prevalence of thieving in the area. He had said that it was not only the stealing of sheep and cattle, but also of horses. With a quickness that was characteristic of him, the Duke made up his mind. He went up the stairs, and when he reached Oleta's door, he found, as he had anticipated, that it was locked. What she had not appreciated was that there was a communicating door between her room and the next, where the Duke was sleeping. She had seen that there was a door in the wall at the bottom of her bed, but had imagined it was a cupboard, and as there was a wardrobe, she had not paid any attention to it. The Duke picked up a candle from beside his bed and opened the communicating door. He went to the bedside, and looking down at Oleta, thought that he had never seen a woman who looked quite so lovely. Her golden hair was spread out over the pillow, and her eyes were closed, and one hand lay relaxed on the sheet. He had an overwhelming impulse to bend over and kiss her lips. Then he told himself it would certainly frighten her, and that was something he must not do. Instead, he said in a voice a little above a whisper, "Wake up, Oleta. Wake up." She opened her eyes, and then stared at him as if she could not believe for the moment that he was there. "You must wake up," he said again in a soft voice. "I think the men who have just arrived intend to steal our horses." Oleta gave a cry of horror and sat up. He could see the soft curves of her breasts through the thin material of her nightgown. "Apollo!" she exclaimed in a whisper. "They will not steal Apollo." "Not until dawn," the Duke said. "That is why we have to leave, immediately." He lit the candle by her bed from the one he held in his hand, and then he ordered her, "Dress as quickly as you can. I shall be waiting for you next door." Only when he had left her and Oleta climbed out of bed did she see how he had come into her room. She realized how stupid it had been of her not to have explored what she imagined was a cupboard. Just how frightened she would have been if she had been asleep and the man who had insisted on dining with her had been able to get in, as Mr. Durham had done. However, there was no time to speculate, and she rapidly put on her riding habit. She then put her nightgown, hairbrush, and the other things she had taken out back into the bag. Then, putting her riding hat on, she hurried to the communicating door, which was ajar. "I'm ready," she said. "You have been surprisingly quick for a woman," the Duke answered. As he came towards her, she saw in the candlelight that he had left some money on the bed. "I expect everyone will be asleep," he whispered, "including the publican and his wife." "Then I must leave some money too," Oleta said. "I have left enough for the both of us," the Duke replied, "and I think, because they are such nice people, they will understand why we have left." He did not say anything more, but put his finger to his lips to command silence, and opened the door into the passage. Everything seemed very quiet, and without speaking, he led the way down the stairs. He had to unbolt the door into the yard and then shut it behind them. It did not take long to saddle and bridle the horses, and Oleta was astonished how quick he was when he came to help her with Apollo. They led them out into the yard, and, still without speaking, the Duke lifted Oleta onto the saddle. He arranged her skirt in an experienced manner and mounted Sir Galahad. There were no lights in any of the windows of the inn as they rode away. There was, however, a moon and stars that filled the sky. The Duke rode ahead down the village green, and then they were on the deserted road that led them out of the village. When they had ridden a little way, the Duke turned off the road onto the fields. He was urging Sir Galahad into a gallop, and Apollo had no intention of being left behind. They had ridden for an hour before Oleta said, "Where are we going? I feel that this is not quite the direction for Norfolk." "It's only a slight diversion," the Duke replied. "I'm now taking you somewhere where we can sleep without being afraid of losing our horses." "Do you think that they really meant to take them?" Oleta asked, with a note of horror in her voice. "I'm quite certain of it," the Duke replied. "I saw what horses they had, and when one of the men said to the other that they would take them at dawn, I knew what they meant." "Oh, thank goodness you heard them," Oleta said. "And can you imagine how he would have felt to wake up and find that Apollo and Sir Galahad had gone?" She sounded so terrified and upset by the idea that the Duke told her soothingly, "They are safe. So are you. This is something that you must never do again. Do you understand?" "I hope I will never have to, Mr. Durham. But there may be other ogres, and if there are, what shall I do?" She was really talking to herself, as if she refused to marry the Duke, her father would doubtless find another suitor and claim that he still knew what was best for her. "There cannot be so many ogres prowling about," the Duke said, "but I suggest we get a night's sleep first, or I may not be able to aim straight." He did not wait for her reply, but set off again. Fortunately, they could see their way clearly in the moonlight, and the horses therefore could move faster than Oleta thought that they ever could do at night. Almost 2 hours later, the Duke drew in his horse by a clump of trees. They had not spoken to each other for a long time, and Oleta thought that Apollo was getting tired, as she was, and she would have to ask Mr. Durham to go more slowly. "Just near here," the Duke said. "A friend of mine has a house he allows me to use whenever I want to. The only people in it are 2 very old caretakers, and I will have to wake them up to give me the key for us to get in." Oleta was listening, and he added quickly, "Don't be worried. You are quite safe here, and I will not be away for more than 5 minutes." "You will come back?" Oleta asked tentatively. "Do you really think that I would abandon you in such a cruel fashion?" he responded. No, of course not, and I'm not afraid of anything when you are with me." He smiled at Oleta. "I'll be as quick as I can." He rode off through the trees, and Oleta could now see in the far distance what she thought was a small but prettily built house. She had, of course, no idea that it was in fact the dower house to Laverdale Castle. It had not, however, been used for 2 years, since the Duke's grandmother, whom he loved very much, had died. He had left it in charge of an elderly couple who had been the cook and butler at the castle. They were now very old, but were happy to be at the dower house, rather than have a small cottage of their own in the village. The Duke knew that he could trust them to keep his visit a secret, if he asked them to do so. He drew Sir Galahad to a standstill outside the back door and dismounted. He knocked on the door, and then on the window adjacent to it. This, he knew, was the bedroom that Travis and his wife used, rather than have to walk upstairs. No notice was taken of his knock, and so the Duke put his head through an open window, saying, "Travis, wake up! Travis! I want you!" His voice awoke the old butler, and almost as if it drew him to attention, he hurried to the window, pulling a blanket round his shoulders. "Who's there?" he asked. "What do you want?" "I want your help, Travis," the Duke said. Oh, it is your grace," Travis exclaimed. What's happened? Be anything wrong?" No. I will tell you all about it in the morning," the Duke said. "Just give me the keys to the front door and the stables." "Oh, yes, Your Grace, certainly." Travis hurried across the room. The Duke was quite certain that he had locked up carefully, as he always did, and put the keys on the dressing table. He came back with them in his hand. "Here they be. Can I do anything else for you?" No, Travis. Go back to bed. As I've said, I'll tell you all in the morning what's happening, but on no account let anyone, and I mean anyone, know that I'm here." "Very good, Your Grace," Travis replied. "Go to bed," the Duke ordered him. "I'll see to everything." Then he paused. "I suppose the beds are made up?" "Of course, Your Grace," Travis answered, as if he was shocked at the idea that they should not be. The Duke had now heard what he wanted, and so he mounted Sir Galahad and rode back to where he had left Oleta. She had obviously been worried at his leaving her, and when he appeared she asked, "Is everything all right? Can we stay here?" "There will be no one in the house except us, and the 2 old caretakers," the Duke said, "so we will have to look after ourselves." "We can do that easily," Oleta smiled. "And we will be safe." "Completely and absolutely. And so will the horses." The Duke led the way into the yard at the back of the house where the stables were. There was no light except for the moonlight coming through the windows, and Oleta was aware that the stables were large and smelt of fresh straw. She and the Duke took the saddles and bridles from their horses. He then found them food that she knew was better than they had anywhere else, and there was a bucket of water, which was already full in each stall. Then, as Oleta was patting Apollo and telling him to lie down and go to sleep, the Duke took her hand and he drew her away. They walked round to the front of the house. He opened the door, and when she went in there was the light scent of beeswax and potpourri. "This is a very pretty house," she said as they went upstairs. "You will see it all in the morning, Oleta, but now I want you to go to sleep and not worry about anything." "I cannot believe that another crisis will happen," Oleta said, "when there have been 3 already." He knew that she was counting the highwayman, the boy falling down the well, and the men waiting to steal their horses at the inn. "As you say," he replied, "we ought to be safe for the next 24 hours. "I am sure that I will be safe with you," Oleta replied. They were groping their way along the landing as there was no light. Then the Duke opened the door of a bedroom, and there was a candle by the bed, and he lit it. He also lit 2 other candles on the dressing table, and now Oleta could see one of the prettiest rooms she had ever imagined. There was a huge 4-poster bed with muslin and silk curtains, and small casement windows covered by pale blue velvet curtains. "This is so delightful," she exclaimed, "and the bed is very comfortable. You will be quite safe until tomorrow." Thank you, Oleta cried. "You are so wonderful in everything you do. I'm sure that you are really a magician." "Let's just hope in that case that the house will not disappear while we are asleep," the Duke replied. Oleta laughed. "I shall be very upset if I find it all an illusion, and I am sleeping on the bare ground." "I promise you, it will not. Good night, Oleta." She looked up at him, and he again had an almost uncontrollable desire to kiss her. It was what he would have done automatically with any other woman, but Oleta was different. "Good night," he called out again, and went out of the room, closing the door. Oleta undressed and climbed into bed. She found it difficult to believe that what had just happened was not part of her imagination or a dream. How could it be possible that she had been in such a dangerous situation, and yet saved by Mr. Durham? "He is very wonderful," she told herself, as she fell asleep. Chapter 6. Oleta awoke feeling that she had slept for years. As she eventually opened her eyes, she could not for a moment remember where she was. Then everything that had happened yesterday came rushing back into her mind. At the least, when they had reached this charming house, She had been able to sleep without being afraid. She felt sure that Apollo had done the same. In the bright sunlight now streaming into her room, she could see the clock on the mantelpiece and sat up in astonishment. It could not be 11 o'clock. It was impossible. So she jumped out of bed and hurriedly washed and dressed herself. She was thinking that if Mr. Durham had wanted to leave early, he would be furious with her for keeping him waiting. She tidied her hair, hardly looking at her reflection in the mirror, and then, picking up her riding hat, she ran down the stairs. She did not take her saddlebag with her, just in case he had made other plans. He was sitting, reading a newspaper in one of the prettiest sitting rooms that she had ever seen. He rose to his feet, saying, "Good morning, Mrs. Van Winkle." "I'm so sorry. I'm terribly sorry," Oleta stammered. "Why did you not wake me? If you had knocked on the door, I would have heard you." "I thought it was a good idea to let you sleep," the Duke said, "and to tell the truth, I was rather late myself." Oleta gave a sigh of relief. "I thought perhaps you would be angry with me." "I'm not likely to be. Anyway, I have decided that today will be a day of rest." She looked at him questioningly, and he went on. "I think both Apollo and Sir Galahad should have a day off. After all, if we were so exhausted last night, they must have been tired too." "I'm sure you are right," Oleta said. "Can I go and see them?" "I have done that already, and as I thought perhaps you might like to have a short, quiet ride, I have borrowed 2 horses from my friend." "So we can ride?" Oleta exclaimed excitedly. "There is something that I especially want to show you," the Duke said. "So, what I have done is to ask the old caretakers to provide us with an early cold luncheon, which will be waiting for us in the dining room." He smiled before he added, "I think that you deserve it, and you must be hungry after having had no breakfast." "I am a little peckish," Oleta admitted. "How clever of you to arrange everything so well." "I have done my best, and we were just fortunate in being near enough last night to reach this house. It's so pretty." As Oleta spoke, she walked across the room to look at the china figures on the table. She knew that they were Dresden, and just 1 or 2 were Staffordshire. She thought that someone must have collected them and taken care of them lovingly. "I think that you should look at the cabinet," the Duke said. "It has a delightful collection of snuff boxes." Oleta went over to the cabinet and saw that he had not exaggerated. There were snuff boxes of every sort, and some she thought must be very old. She was just going to ask if there was a library in the house when the Duke said, "We will have time to look at the rest of the house later on this afternoon. Now I suggest we go and see if our luncheon is ready, and then we can ride to the place I want you to see." "It sounds delightful," Oleta enthused. He led the way to the dining room, which was oval in shape with walls of a delightful pale green, which had been the favourite colour of the Adam brothers. Oleta guessed that they had decorated this house in the last century, but she was sure that the building itself was very much older. She said so to the Duke, who seemed surprised that she knew so much about buildings. "I think that they are just as interesting as people," Oleta said, "and I would really like to see the chateau in France, and of course the sublime temples in Greece." "And shall I add the pyramids in Egypt?" the Duke asked, "and perhaps the royal palaces of India?" Oleta made an exclamation of delight. "Of course I want to see all those," she said. "I have seen them in my mind, because I have read about them in books. Perhaps one day I shall be lucky enough to see them with my own eyes." "I am sure you will," he answered. The luncheon that was waiting for them was simple but good, and they helped themselves to several dishes on the sideboard, and sat at an oval table covered with a fine lace cloth. It all seemed a strange and fantastic place to have found in the middle of the night. Oleta thought again how lucky they had been not to have woken up at the inn to find their horses stolen, or they might have been fighting off men who were trying to take possession of them. She was still feeling nervous of what might happen, and as she walked towards the stables, she asked, "Do you have your pistol with you?" "Do you think I might need it?" Such strange things have happened already, Oleta replied. I cannot help being afraid that there may be more waiting for us. I think that we are at least safe today, the Duke assured her. But tomorrow may be different. Oleta gave a little shiver. She knew that she was still a long way from where Nanny lived. Now she was wondering if, when tomorrow came, Mr. Durham would say that he wanted to stay here in his friend's house, and then she would have to go on alone. They reached the stables, and there was no one to be seen. Oleta was aware that Apollo had been groomed, and his stall had been well cleaned out, tidied, and his bucket of water filled to the brim. She made a fuss of him, and then the Duke took her to another stall where an outstandingly well-bred horse was waiting. It was already bridled and saddled, and Oleta could see through the bars that the horse in the next stall was also ready. The horse that Mr. Durham had told her she was to ride was a bay. He led it out into the yard and lifted her onto the saddle, and then he fetched his horse, which was a chestnut. It is almost, Oleta thought, as fine and as tall as Sir Galahad. As he mounted and joined her, she said, Now I am quite sure that you are a magician. No one but a brilliant magician could have conjured up two such magnificent horses from nowhere. It's a role I am well prepared to play, the Duke replied, and I think where I am taking you is magical too. They set off across a paddock, beyond which there were some woods. The Duke rode into them, and Oleta followed him along a narrow and winding mossy path. It twisted and turned under some very large and ancient trees. As she loved the woods, Oleta felt that they were talking to her. They were telling her not to be afraid, and not to worry, as she was especially protected. As she gazed at the back of the man riding ahead of her, she was sure that it was true. He was so broad-shouldered and so strong, riding on such a fine horse. Mr. Durham did in fact look just as if he should be wearing the shining armour of a knight of the Round Table. He rode ahead for a little while until they came to a clearing. There Oleta saw a pool that was very much like the one she loved in the wood at home. There were kingcups around it, and it looked dark and was, she thought, very deep. I don't need to tell you, the Duke said, that this pool is magical. I thought that the moment I saw it, Oleta replied, but I was afraid if I said so, you would laugh at me. I would never laugh at anything magic, the Duke said, because that would be unlucky. I am also sure that if we wish here, our wishes will come true. Do you really think so? Oleta asked. I wished in the pool at home, which I know is magical, but so far my wish has not been granted. Then you must try again in this one. Oleta looked at the centre of the pool, and then the Duke held out his hand. I think we must give something in return for our wish, he said. So throw this, and hope, when it falls deep into the pool, that it will bring you what you most desire. Oleta looked at him in surprise. She had never thought that any man would understand what she herself had always felt about a magic pool in the centre of a wood. She took the coin he offered her. She threw it up into the air, and wished as it fell down with a little splash into the pool. Then the Duke did the same. Only she noticed as it caught a gleam of sunshine that what he had thrown was a golden sovereign. He must want something very important, she told herself, and wondered what it was. Without saying anything further, they rode on, and then she found that they were climbing higher and higher. Finally, when they emerged through some trees, she found that they were on a hill, and in front of them was a large statue. Oleta looked at it with interest. It represented a man dressed in armour and holding a sword in his hand. I want you to see this, the Duke said, because it is very old. As you can see, it is roughly carved, and it was dug up many years ago. Those who have seen it think perhaps that it is the first owner of the castle. The castle? Oleta questioned. That is what I brought you here to see, he replied. He turned his horse around as he spoke, and Oleta did the same. Now she could see directly below them that there was a very large house. As she looked at it, Oleta could see that it was very beautiful. In fact, it was the most beautiful house that she had ever seen. The sun was shining on its windows, and although it was very large, it looked as if it might just float away. At the side of the castle stood an ancient Norman tower, and the house attached to it had been, Oleta guessed, built in the 16th century. What was so thrilling and so completely different from anything that she had ever expected was that in front of the castle there were 3 large fountains playing. Beyond them was a strip of water that was golden in the sunshine, and at the far end of it there stood another statue, but a much more elaborate one. Because it was so beautiful, Oleta felt as if it took her breath away, and there was quite a long silence before she exclaimed, "How beautiful! How wonderful!" The Duke dismounted, and coming to Oleta's side lifted her down. "There is a seat here in front of this statue," he said. "I want you to sit on it, and tell me what you think, and what you see beneath you." "It's so lovely," Oleta sighed. "I feel as if it might suddenly vanish." "I've often thought that myself, and been relieved when I looked again to find that it was still there." Oleta gave a laugh of sheer happiness. At last there was someone who understood what she said and did not laugh at her for being imaginative. The Duke tied the horses' reins, and they wandered about happily, cropping the grass. "They will not run away?" Oleta asked him a little nervously. "They have been trained to come when we whistle. Well, so I'm told," the Duke replied, "and I am sure in this magical place that they will obey us." Oleta gave a little laugh as she sat down on the wooden seat in front of the statue. How could anyone have expected to find anything like this in the middle of nowhere? She asked. "I believe you will find that there are a number of houses in the vicinity," the Duke answered, "but nothing, in my opinion, as beautiful as this." "Nothing could be," Oleta declared. She was gazing at the fountains and thinking. Her wish had sunk to the bottom of the magic pool. If she now wished on the fountains, they would throw it up towards the sky. "That is what I believed when I first saw them," the Duke said quietly. Oleta looked at him in astonishment. "You are reading my thoughts." "Your eyes are most expressive," he replied, "and because we think alike, it's not difficult. At the same time, it makes me feel that I must be careful of what I think," Oleta pointed out. "I will not betray your secrets," the Duke answered, "even though you will not trust me with them." "But I do trust you," Oleta replied. "Then tell me why you're running away." Oleta turned to look again at the castle below her. "I don't want to talk about myself. Instead, tell me who this beautiful, glorious castle belongs to." "It is Laverdale Castle," he replied, "and it belongs to the present Duke of Laverdale." Oleta stiffened. Then she cried, "If this is the Duke's castle, then I must leave. We must ride on at once, as soon as we get back." She spoke in an agitated, frightened voice. "Why? What is upsetting you?" he asked. "Surely you are not afraid of the Duke of Laverdale?" "But I am," Oleta replied. "He is the ogre I told you that I'm running away from." "But why?" he inquired. "I don't understand." Oleta drew in her breath. "My father told me," she said in a small voice, "that I have to marry him. Because I said that I would not marry any man I did not love, he was very angry." "But of course you could not," the Duke agreed. "How could your father expect it?" "He is very impressed by the Duke, and said that he knows better than anyone whom I should marry, and if I refused he would drag me to the altar. That is why I ran away." "Which I think was a sensible thing to do. But then surely if you have waited, you could have got to know the Duke and might perhaps have liked him." Oleta shook her head. I have heard about him. He runs after beautiful married women and would not understand why I am happy in the country. Who told you he was like that? My brother, William. He's talked about him. And our coachman, who goes off to London with Papa, knows the Duke's coachman. And what did he say? The Duke inquired. He said that he was kept out very late at night, waiting for the Duke to come back home from the house of some beautiful woman. Oleta's voice dropped as she added, I just think, really, he wants to get married, because a jealous husband has challenged him to a duel, or because he is trying to avoid a terrible scandal. So all that frightened you? The Duke said quietly. Of course I was frightened. How could I marry a man like that? Oh, and it would be even more horrible if he kissed me. There was silence, and Oleta was now gazing at the castle below her, and so was the Duke. Then he said, after a long silence, If you are concerned about being kissed, shall I show you that a kiss need not at all be frightening? Oleta turned her face towards him. Are you sure of that? She questioned. Very sure. It's really a big mistake to be scared of something that you don't understand. Then show me, Oleta said. I'm not frightened when I am with you. Perhaps it is not as frightening as I think. The Duke turned towards her. He did not put his arms around her. He only bent his head down very slowly. Then, as she looked up at him, her eyes wide and seeming to fill her whole face, his lips touched hers. It was deliberately a very gentle kiss. He felt the softness and innocence of her lips. It was then that he felt a sudden rapture that he had never known before seep through him. It was so unexpected and yet so vivid, and it was with a superhuman effort that he raised his head. He did not speak, and only as his eyes met Oleta's were they both very still. Then, rising, he walked to Oleta's horse, which was just a little way from them. We must go back, he said, and his voice sounded strange even to himself. Oleta rose to her feet. Almost as if she was walking in a dream, she moved towards him. He put his hands on each side of her small waist and lifted her into the saddle, and without saying a word he arranged her riding skirt. Then he whistled to his horse, who came trotting up to him. He mounted, moved ahead, and Oleta followed him. She could not for the moment think clearly. She was aware that, as his lips touched hers, she felt as if a streak of sunshine swept through her body. It was something that she had never known before. Yet it was in a way like something that she felt in the woods, and when she looked at the fountains. She could not understand it. She only knew that everything within her vibrated towards him, and it was very wonderful and special. He was already riding ahead, and she had to make her horse hurry to follow him. They went back the way that they had come, and before they reached the trees, Oleta looked back. Could it be possible that the Duke of Laverdale, whom she hated, could own anything quite as lovely as the castle? It was bathed in soft sunshine, with its windows all glittering, and the tower stood at one side, looking strong and steadfast. She felt that the castle should belong to someone who was a hero and admired by everyone who knew him. Then she remembered that she was running away from the Duke, and the sooner she left the castle behind her and was on her way to Nanny, the better. Then they reached the trees, and she could no longer see the castle. Only when they came to the magic pool did she think of her wish, and wondered if it would ever come true. She had wished, quite simply, that she would fall in love, and when she married, she would be as happy as her mother and father were. "I want love, real love," she said in her heart, as the coin she had thrown disappeared in the darkness of the water, and there was just a ripple to show that it had gone. She wondered if perhaps Mr. Durham would stop again at the pool, but he rode on, and she could only follow him. When the wood came to an end, They rode over the flat fields, and finally they came to the paddock that led to the stables. Oleta was half afraid that there would be someone waiting for them. There was, however, no one to be seen. The Duke put his horse into the same stall he had taken it from, and he then came out into the yard to collect Oleta's mount. She had already dismounted, and as he took her horse by the bridle, he said, "Go and change, and I'll be waiting for you in the sitting-room." Oleta felt that it was an order, and she hurried into the house, wondering what connection it might have with the castle. She was afraid that it, too, belonged to the Duke. Just how could I have known? How could I have guessed, she asked herself as she went up the stairs, that I would be staying near the Duke's home? She felt a little shiver run through her in case he should find her here. Then she felt sure that when he found out that she was not with her father and mother, he would go straight back to London. And there was always a chance, though, that he had not done so, in which case she must be very careful to hide herself from him. If it was a duel or a scandal he was frightened of, then, like her father, he would insist that she should marry him. "I must hide and go to Nanny as fast as possible," Oleta told herself. At the same time, she was afraid of what she might find on the road. Suppose there was another highwayman, and Mr. Durham was not there to rescue her. Suppose when she stayed at an inn, and there was another commercial traveller who might want to come to her bedroom. And if he kissed her? She was suddenly still, and her fingers went to her lips. How could she have known that a kiss would be so very different from what she had ever expected? So different that she was almost afraid to think about it. Even now she could feel again that strange sunlight seeping through her breasts, and what she felt must be her heart. Then she remembered that Mr. Durham had told her to change. What was the point? She asked. She wanted to be on her way, fleeing now, not only from the Duke, but from his castle. Then she recalled that Mr. Durham had been right in saying that both Apollo and Sir Galahad needed a rest, and they had certainly ridden very fast for a long time last night. "I will be safe anyway until tomorrow," Oleta told herself. "I would be silly to make an unnecessary fuss." She started to take off her riding habit, and when she had done so, she hesitated between the two gowns that were suitable to wear in the day. She chose what she felt was the prettiest, without asking herself why it was important. Then she went to the dressing table. At home, there was Ellen to arrange and brush her hair, and she was not, she thought, as skilful when she had to do it herself. However, she tidied her hair and thought when she had done so that it looked all right. Then with an effort she walked to the door. She had to persuade Mr. Durham that they should leave very early tomorrow morning. She must put a long distance between Laverdale Castle and herself. She had a feeling, although it might be wrong, that he wanted to stay here for a while, and there was always the chance that he might tell her that he had no wish to go any further. "How could I manage without him?" she asked herself frantically. She crossed the hall and went into the sitting-room. He was standing by the window. When he turned round, Oleta felt a strange feeling in her breasts that she could not understand. She then went towards him, happy because he was smiling. "I want to talk to you, Oleta," he said. "Shall we sit down on the sofa?" He spoke in a rather serious tone, and she looked at him questioningly. "Don't be afraid," he urged. "There is something I have to say to you." "And I have something to say to you too," Oleta replied. "But you go first." "I suppose if I was polite I should say ladies first," the Duke answered, "but I will be glad to get what I have to say off my chest." "What is it?" Oleta asked nervously. She was quite certain now that he was going to say that he was very sorry, but he could not go any further with her, and that she would have to continue alone. Because she was frightened, she clasped her fingers together so tightly that her knuckles turned white. "What I want to talk to you about," the Duke said, "is the Duke." because in a way that was a relief, she said quickly, "Oh, I don't want to talk about him. I just want to go away from here as quickly as possible, in case he sees us." "Well, that is rather cowardly." "I suppose it is, but I could not bear to listen to all the endless arguments as to why I should marry him." "There I agree with you," the Duke replied. "So I think, Oleta, that you have to be very brave and tell him yourself." "But suppose he will not listen to me? Suppose, like Papa, he forces me to be his wife?" "I don't believe that any man who is supposed to be a gentleman," the Duke said, "would force a woman who is really unwilling to marry him." "You cannot be sure of that," Oleta said. "If he has decided that I am the one person who can get him out of whatever trouble he is in, then, with Papa helping him, I will find myself married to him, and I think I would rather die." "I can understand what you are feeling," the Duke said, "but I still think if he behaves badly, that is no reason for you to do so." There was silence, and then Oleta asked, "What do you want me to do?" "I want you to tell the Duke yourself that you do not wish to marry him because you don't love him." "How can I love him when I have never even seen him?" Oleta added. "I think he will understand if you say that. It's a very reasonable argument that any reasonable man would accept." "But I don't believe he is reasonable." There was silence, and then the Duke said, "Do you really think that he could own the magical castle you have just seen, and be responsible for adding the fountains and the stretch of water alongside it, without having imagination?" "Did he really do that?" Oleta asked. The Duke nodded. "He did, and I'm sure you will find that he will understand exactly what you are feeling, and just why you had to run away." Oleta did not speak, and after a moment he went on. "It was very brave of you, and would be braver still, and far more like you to face him with the truth." After a moment Oleta said in a very small voice, Will you be there with me?" "Of course, if you want me to be," the Duke said. "I do want you. I would be very frightened if I had to see him alone." "But you will see him, Oleta?" "If you want me to. Oh, but how can I? I cannot go home because Papa will be so very angry with me." "Well, I have learned," the Duke said, "that he will be arriving here soon, or he may already have arrived this afternoon." Oleta gave a cry of horror, and then suppressed it. "He is here," she said almost in a whisper. "Why did you not tell me?" "I'm telling you now," the Duke said, "because I want you to be as brave as you were when you faced the highwayman without screaming or crying, and were so brave last night when we had to creep away from the inn." There was a note in his voice that told Oleta he was proud of her. She thought if he felt like that, she must do what he asked. At the same time, every nerve in her body seemed to cry out with the horror of it. "I suppose," she said after a while, "you could not tell him for me. Tell him that you met me and that I told you why I had run away." "But it would hardly be the same as hearing it from you," the Duke replied. "He might tell me to mind my own business, which of course he would have every right to do." Oleta did not speak, and he continued, "This is something that only concerns two people, you and the Duke. He wants to marry you, and even if it is for the wrong reason, and quite incorrect of him to do so, he has at least paid you the greatest compliment a man can pay a woman." "You mean by asking me to be his wife?" "Exactly," the Duke answered. He thought as he spoke of how many women had wished that they could marry him, and how many of them would rush eagerly to the altar if they had the slightest hope that he would put a ring on their finger. Yet he had found the one woman who had no wish to marry him, who in fact had run away rather than to do so, and he had fallen in love with her. He could hardly even believe himself what he was feeling at this moment, and how deeply in love he was with Oleta. From the very moment he had saved her from the highwayman, and seen just how beautiful she was, he had known that there was something different about Oleta from any woman he had ever known before. At first, he had just been captured by her beauty and her strange spirituality, which he could not explain. Then they had talked together. She had made him laugh and had astounded him with her intelligence. He had to admit that she was unique and something he wanted to possess. Now, since his lips had touched hers, he knew that he was wildly, madly, head over heels in love. It was in every way different to anything he had felt before. He wanted Oleta as a woman, of course he did. How could any man resist anyone so beautiful? He also wanted to protect her and prevent her from ever being frightened again. There was so much he wanted to teach her. Equally, he was honest enough to admit that there was a great deal she could teach him. It was not only her purity and her innocence that he found fascinating. It was her imagination and the way she responded to everything that, deep within him, he had always admired. He had also been intrigued by knowing that she did not look on him as an attractive man who would want to make love to her. She saw him as a knight in shining armour who had been sent by heaven to protect her. When she looked at him, there was not the sensuous invitation that there had been in other women's eyes. There was just admiration there, for him, not as a handsome man whom she desired, but as a protector and someone magical in whom she had complete trust. It was something that he found irresistible. He longed to sweep her into his arms and tell her just how utterly and completely adorable she was, and how much his heart ached for her. He had not gone to sleep for a long time after he went to bed last night, tired though he was. He could not help thinking how lovely Oleta must look in the bed next door. This made him think of his beloved grandmother, whose bedroom it had been. He knew that she would definitely have approved of Oleta, and that she was the wife she herself would have chosen for him. "You will not be happy, dearest boy," she had said, "with one of those modern young women who would be only too eager to marry you for your title, and would think only of wearing the Laverdale jewels." The Duke remembered laughing, and she went on, "I am very serious. You want someone, of course, who is beautiful, but she must really love the castle, and feel, as you and I do, that it is a fairy palace." It was his grandmother, naturally, who had told the Duke fairy tales when he was a small boy. She had made every ride in the park and every walk in the garden a step into fairyland. How, he had often asked himself in London, would he ever find anyone who would not laugh out loud at such ridiculous ideas? Most of the women he knew would be concerned with the castle only because other people admired it, and wished their ancestral home was as grand and imposing. Then, when he had least expected it, he had found in Oleta a girl who reminded him in 1,000 ways of his grandmother. Because her eyes were so expressive, he could see what she was thinking. And, although it was always the unexpected, it was what he wanted her to think, and what he thought himself. "I have found her. I have found her," he thought to himself triumphantly. Then, he had been desperately afraid that she would never love him. Up to now, he had not had to worry himself whether a woman cared for him, only if he cared for her. For the first time in his life, he was fighting with every ounce of his strength and every nerve in his body to make a woman love him. He was really afraid of making a false step and of frightening her, as she had been frightened already, so that she would turn away from him. Then he would lose her forever. That was why he had prayed, as he had not prayed since he was a small boy, that he would win. It was the most important battle of his whole life. Now he was taking a risk that scared him, yet his instinct told him that it was one he had to take. "What are you asking me to do?" Oleta was saying in a voice that was little above a whisper. "I have asked the Duke to come here," he replied, "and then I want you to tell him the truth." "Suppose he will not listen to me?" Oleta asked. "I promise you he will. And if you really don't want to marry him, then you must convince him that it would be nothing but total unhappiness for both of you, and therefore something that must not take place." I will tell him that," Oleta agreed. "But you promise you will help me to make him see sense?" She was silent for a moment, and then she added, "Supposing that, whatever I say, he insists that I do what Papa wants?" The Duke smiled. "In that case, we will run away." "You promise? You really promise?" "I promise," the Duke answered. For the first time since they had been talking, she smiled at him. "I believe you, but it may be very difficult." "And it may be quite easy," he added. He looked at the clock. "I think that His Grace should be arriving by now," he said. Oleta gave a little cry. "Don't leave me alone. Alone with him." The Duke put out his hand and took hers. "Be brave, Oleta. I felt when we were riding here that you were the bravest woman I have ever met. You cannot fail me now." Her fingers tightened on his. "I will try to be what you want me to be." "I thought that you would say that," the Duke replied. He lifted her hand to his lips. As she felt his lips on her skin, a little tremor went through her. There was the same feeling of sunshine that she had felt when he kissed her. She wanted to go on, holding on to him. She wanted him to kiss her hand again. However, he released her and walked towards the door. As the Duke reached it, he looked back. "Be brave," he urged. She so wanted to run after him, but he had already gone. As the door closed behind him, Oleta put her hands up to her eyes. For a moment she felt that she could not do it. How could she meet the Duke? How could she bear to embark on a long argument as to why she could not marry him, however important he was? She felt a shiver run through her. Then, as she stood just where he had left her, the door opened. A butler with white hair announced, "His Grace, the Duke of Laverdale." Chapter 7. For a moment, Oleta was frozen into immobility. Then she shut her eyes tight. She was alone with the Duke, and she could not bear to look at him. As she heard the door close behind him and a man walking towards her, she very cautiously peeped at him. She gave a little cry. It was not the Duke, but Mr. Durham. She ran towards him and flung herself against him. "You left me! You left me!" she cried incoherently. "And I was afraid." The Duke put his arms around her, and something seemed to snap within him. Without thinking, considering, or hesitating, his lips came down on hers. Then he was kissing her, not gently, but fiercely and demandingly, as if he was terrified of losing her. To Oleta, it was as if the whole world had turned upside down. Sunshine filled her body, and now she was floating towards the sky. He kissed her until they were both breathless. Then, as he raised his head, Oleta stammered, I love you. I love you." "As I love and adore you," the Duke answered. "Will you marry me, my darling?" She looked up at him. He thought that he had never seen a woman look so radiant, as if her whole face was alight. "Are you really asking me to marry you?" she asked in a voice that he could hardly hear. "I cannot live without you," he replied, "and I do believe, my precious, that we will be very happy." "It's the most wonderful thing I have ever heard," Oleta said, "and I want to marry you and always be with you." "Then that is what you will be," the Duke said, and he was kissing her again. A long time seemed to pass before she could speak, and when she did, she said, "What has happened to the Duke? Please don't leave me alone. Don't leave me with him." For a moment there was silence, and then the Duke said, "I am the Duke, my darling." He looked at her anxiously, waiting for her reaction. I'm dreaming. I know that I'm dreaming," Oleta said. "Please kiss me again, before I wake up." The Duke laughed. Then he was kissing her again, kissing her passionately until he felt her tremble in his arms. Then she hid her face against his neck. "Now you need no longer be afraid," he said gently. "I will look after you, and always protect you." "Then," Oleta suddenly exclaimed, "you knew who I was all the time. I had been meaning to tell you." "Yes, my darling," the Duke said. "I did know, but I did not tell you in case you ran away from me again. And now I must take you home." Oleta gave a little cry. "No, no, please don't do that. I want to stay here." "That is what I want too," the Duke said. "But, my darling, we have to let your father know that I have found you, and that we are going to be married." "No, no," Oleta cried. I want to stay here, and just be with you." "That is what I want too, my sweet. You have to be chaperoned." "Apollo can chaperone me," Oleta asserted. "I'm afraid, even if we took him up onto the first floor, no one would believe that he was preventing me from being with you." The Duke was talking jokingly, but Oleta said in a whisper, "I want to be with you. I want to be just with you, and I don't want to talk to other people." The Duke kissed her again, as if he could not help it. Then he said, "I have a solution, but I'm not sure that you will agree to it. If it is to take me home, I can only say that I want to stay here, in this dear little house, and for you to tell me that you love me." "We can do that," the Duke replied, "if you agree to what I am going to suggest." Oleta looked up at him, and for a moment he forgot what he was saying and kissed her again. "Am I an ogre?" he inquired. "Of course you are. You have gobbled me up, and now I am part of you, and you cannot get rid of me." The Duke laughed. "Always the unexpected," he exclaimed. "Now tell me," Oleta murmured, "how can I stay here with my own special ogre, who is also a magician?" The Duke drew her to the sofa and sat down, pulling her into his arms. "What we can do," he suggested, "is to get married immediately." "Can we do that?" "My private chaplain lives in the village, and you have, my precious one, the choice of 2 chapels, the one in the castle, which is old and beautiful, or a very small chapel here, which I had built for my grandmother, and was consecrated when she was too old to go out." "Then this is where we will be married," Oleta said. She thought that perhaps the Duke was hesitating, and she added, "You know, if we go home, it will break our dream. Everyone will talk and say how lucky I am to have caught you. You will have to meet all my family, and I will have to meet yours, and then have a very grand wedding." The Duke groaned. "With perhaps the king and queen there," he said, "or at least represented, and everyone predicting that our marriage will not last long." Oleta gave a cry. "I cannot bear it. It will spoil everything. I just want to be here, with you." "So, that is what we will do," he said firmly. "We will be married, here, tonight. We will not go to the castle, where there will be servants all around us, but look after ourselves as we have today. We will stay here until I have arranged for us to go to Greece." "To Greece?" Oleta exclaimed. "Where else could we spend our honeymoon?" the Duke asked. "Except, my darling one, where the gods and goddesses are waiting to welcome you back as one of their own." "How can you always understand what I want?" Oleta asked. "It is what I want too," the Duke answered. "We think alike, we are alike, and that is why, my precious, we shall be very, very happy." He kissed her again, then he declared, "Now, I'm going to make all the arrangements so that tonight you will be my wife, and we need never be parted again." "That is just what I want," Oleta sighed. "What you have to do now," the Duke said, "is to write to your father, and as the letter will go tomorrow, it will tell him that we are married and very happy. But we are not going back until we have had a really long honeymoon." Oleta's eyes were shining as she asked him, "Are we wise to tell him so quickly? Perhaps he will insist on seeing us before we leave." "I will make sure that no one sees us," the Duke said. "But I think, my lovely one, as we are going away for a long time, you will need some more clothes." Oleta laughed. "I have forgotten about clothes," she said. "It would certainly seem rather odd to go on my honeymoon with only what Apollo can carry on his saddle." "That is what I thought," the Duke grinned. "You think of everything," Oleta said. "I think of you," he answered, "as I shall do, for the rest of our lives together. There is nothing, my darling, more important in my life than you." Oleta put her arms round his neck. Very gently he took them away. "I'm not going to kiss you," he said, "because if I do, I will stay here and nothing will get arranged. Then, to save your reputation, you will have to sleep in the stables with Apollo, as you did before." Oleta chuckled, and then she said, "As I want to be with you, I will write a letter to Papa. But don't be away too long. I am still afraid that this is only a dream, and the real Duke will come walking through the door." "I will make quite sure that you realize I am the real Duke," he said, "after we are married." He rose from the sofa and kissed her hand. Then, when she would have held on to him, he went hurriedly to the door. He closed it quietly behind him, and Oleta put both her hands up to her cheeks. How could it be true? Just how could it be possible that the Duke she had been so afraid of was the man she loved? The man who had saved her, and who she thought was the most wonderful and clever magician in the whole wide world. "It cannot all be true," she whispered to herself. She walked towards the writing table, sat down, and wrote a long and very loving letter to her father. She made it clear that, because she was so happy, she and the Duke did not want to see anyone until they had returned from their honeymoon. "Papa will understand," she thought complacently. "It is the way he loves Mamma, and she loves him." She was standing by the window when the Duke came back. When she heard the door open, she ran to him and flung herself against him. "I was beginning to feel nervous," she said, "in case it was all a dream and you had disappeared." "You are still dreaming," the Duke said, "but I am dreaming with you, and the rest of our lives is going to be one long, unbroken dream. Now, everything is arranged." "When are we to be married?" "After dinner," he replied, "and it will soon be time for you to go upstairs and get ready." For the first time, Oleta wished that she had a more elaborate gown. She wanted the Duke to admire her and think that she looked lovely. She wanted him always to remember their wedding day. As if again he was reading her thoughts, he said, "Don't worry. Leave everything to me." "You know I always will," Oleta answered. "You called me a magician, and that is what I intend to be. I am prepared to believe anything in this beautiful, magical little house," Oleta sighed. "And I am prepared to believe that wishes come true." "What did you wish for when you threw the golden coin into the pool?" Oleta asked him. "I wished that you would love me," the Duke said simply. "And I wished that I would find love, real love. But I did not know then that I loved you. I just thought you were wonderful." The Duke smiled. "I hope you will always think so. And I must tell you now that I was not seeking to escape from a duel or, for that matter, from a jealous husband." Oleta was listening, and he went on. "I just decided that I was bored with London and wanted to live in the country and have a family." "Our children will love the fountains," she cried. The Duke laughed. "Again, the unexpected from you. Oh, my darling, my precious Oleta, I adore you because you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. But I love your brain too, and it will keep me guessing and thinking and being intrigued by you for the rest of our lives." Oleta had no answer to this, so she just kissed him. Then, with a glint of fire in his eyes, he suggested, "Go upstairs, my precious, and get ready for dinner, and then we can be married." "If I leave you, you will not then disappear?" she asked. "I promise you that I will not," the Duke said quite solemnly. She left him, and crossing the hall walked upstairs. She thought as she did so that they would live in the castle, which she was sure was very splendid and very impressive. Yet when they wanted to be alone, they would be able to come here and see no one but themselves. She walked into her bedroom and saw that unseen hands had put a bath ready for her in front of the fireplace. There was a large bowl of roses that had not been there before on the table in front of the window. She had a bath, thinking all the time how incredibly lucky she had been. She dried herself and started to dress. It was then that she was afraid that the Duke would be disappointed when he saw her in only her evening dress of white muslin that was very simple. She did not realize that it enhanced the beauty of her hair and was a perfect frame for the whiteness of her skin and the radiance of her eyes. When she went downstairs, she found the Duke waiting for her in the sitting room, and the candles had all been lit in the chandeliers. For the first time, she saw him in evening clothes, and he looked, she thought, magnificent. She did not realize, as she walked towards him, that to him she looked exactly like Aphrodite, and he thought that she might have come down from Olympus to bewilder and enchant men with love. "Our dinner is now waiting for us," he said, "and I would consider it a great privilege, my darling, to escort you to dinner." Oleta smiled. "I think it is a great privilege," she said, "to dine alone with you, without a dozen footmen listening to what we say. Or perhaps you would like a large party of guests to amuse you." "If you talk like that," the Duke said, "I shall kiss you and forget about dinner, and then you will be hungry." "I am quite prepared to live on your kisses," Oleta answered. "We will do that later," he replied. They walked into the dining room. The food was laid out on a sideboard, and because it was all so delicious, Oleta suspected that it was the chef from the castle who had cooked and prepared it, rather than the old caretaker. She did not say anything as the Duke waited on her. When they gazed into each other's eyes, They forgot what they were saying and what they were eating. After they had finished dinner, they went upstairs to her bedroom, and then the Duke said, "You look very lovely, my darling one, but I have something to add to it." Lying on the bed was a long lace veil. He put it over her head, but not over her face. Because she was so small, it covered her completely and fell into a train behind her. As he arranged it, the Duke thought that there was no need for a veil over her face to proclaim that she was pure and innocent. He was the only man who had ever kissed her, and he was determined to be the last. He realized that in the future, instead of having to cope with the women who pursued him, he would have to keep away men who pursued his wife. If any other man should touch her, he determined, I will kill him. When he had arranged her veil so that it fell down on either side of her face, he placed on top of it a wreath of white lilies. He thought that nothing could be more appropriate. From a box on a table, he put the blue ribbon of the Order of the Garter on his evening coat. "Now you look extremely impressive," Oleta said simply. "But I really want to marry just a man called Rory, and not a duke." "I expect you will get used to it in time," the Duke replied. "And whatever he is called, he loves you with all his heart." "Then nothing else matters," Oleta said softly. He told her that he had always been called Rory as a boy, and she had told him that the name suited him. As they went slowly downstairs, she was thinking that she might be frightened of being a duchess and the wife of someone so important. Then she knew that she would think of him not as a duke, but as her knight in shining armour. The chapel that he had built for his grandmother was small, but it was exquisitely designed to match the rest of the house. It would be difficult for anyone except a very astute expert to realize that it had not been built at the same time. There were 7 candles burning on the altar, and to Oleta's surprise, there was soft music coming from an organ that could not be seen. A priest in a white surplice was standing at the altar waiting for them. He was elderly with a kind face, and just as soon as they reached him, he began the marriage service. He read it simply, but with a sincerity that made it, Oleta thought, a moment that she would always remember. There were lilies on the altar, and also in large vases on either side of it. The scent of them would, she knew, always remind her of her wedding. Then they knelt, and the priest blessed them. Oleta felt that angels were singing, and there was sunshine flooding into her heart. When they left the chapel, the Duke led her, not as she expected, into the sitting room, but up the stairs. They went into her bedroom. Now she saw that, while they were away, the bath had been removed and more flowers had been brought in. There was a huge vase of lilies in the fireplace and white orchids on her dressing table. She wondered how the Duke could have thought of all this, as well as everything else. Then he crossed over the room to draw back the blue velvet curtains over the windows. "I want to see the stars," he said, "because they are like your eyes, which will guide me for the rest of my life." It was the first thing he had said since they had left the chapel. "I love you. I adore you," Oleta sighed. "And now I am really yours." The Duke next blew out the candles on the dressing table. He lifted the wreath from her hair, and then the lace veil. He kissed her very gently, and Oleta felt as if the solemnity of their wedding was still with them. "I love you, my darling," he said, and his voice was very deep. "As I love you," Oleta answered. "Oh, my darling, wonderful magician, is this really true?" "It is true," the Duke said, "and at the same time it is a dream that we will never awake from." As he was speaking, he was undoing her gown. When it slipped to the floor, he picked her up and carried her to the bed. He laid her down against the pillows and pulled the sheet over her. Then he blew out the last candle. Now Oleta could see the stars which filled the sky outside, and the light they brought into the room. She thought how the Duke had said that her eyes were like stars, and she would always guide him. I must inspire him to do great things, she vowed, and because he is very clever and very important, he will become a power in the land. The Duke joined her and pulled her into his arms. What are you thinking? He asked. I'm thinking about you, she answered. And I am thinking of you, my adorable, beautiful little wife, he said. But I don't want to frighten you. How could you frighten me when I love you with my heart and my soul? Oleta asked. You fill my whole world. She was unable to say more because the Duke was kissing her at first gently, so that she felt again the incredible rapture that his kisses had given her when they were downstairs. Now the glorious sunshine that had shone through her turned into tiny flames of fire. She knew that they were responding to the fire in the Duke's eyes and on his lips. I love you, my precious. I love you as I have never loved anyone in my life before, he sighed. He told himself that he must be very gentle with her, for he was, as he had said, afraid of frightening her. Yet, as her body quivered against him and her lips joined his, they were both carried up into the sky. The stars were in their hearts and in their souls as they were enveloped in a dazzling light which was divine. Then, as the Duke made Oleta his, they touched the peaks of ecstasy. They were no longer human, but one with the gods. They had found love, the real love that all men seek, and which, once found, is a magical, unbroken dream. It is a dream that comes from God, is a part of God, and goes on into eternity and even beyond. The Unbroken Dream. Written by Barbara Cartland.